Welcome to the 2022 Spring edition of the BioStock Life Science Summit. Over the next 2 days, we will enjoy presentations from a wide range of Nordic life science companies, as well as expert insights, all recorded in our studios here in Lund and in Stockholm. The presentations will be available on our website, biostock.se, as well as on our YouTube channel. Before we start, I would like to say a special thank you to our event partner, Nasdaq. And with that, we are ready to start the show. Thank you for watching.
I'm very happy to welcome for our first presenter, Oskar Bosson, VP Communications and IR at BioArctic. Welcome, Oskar. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for having us here today. We're very happy to be able to present at this event. I'm Oskar Bosson. I'm the head of Communications and IR at BioArctic. We're listed on Stockholm Nasdaq Midcap, and this is our disclaimer. So, we would like to think of BioArctic as a unique Swedish biopharma company. And when we say unique, we mean it in 4 different aspects. Firstly, we operate in an environment where there's a high unmet medical need and focus on treatments in those areas, specifically for Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, or similar, with a large commercial opportunity. Secondly, we have very skillful scientists and researchers working in our organization based on our founders' breakthrough discoveries around 25 years ago, but then also combining that with collaboration with academia, with other pharma companies, and that's what drives our company forward. We have a balanced and attractive portfolio, which I'll go into in more detail, not a one-trick pony. And finally, we're well-financed, which is not so usual for a company of our size and where we are in our projects. So looking at our project portfolio, as you can see, our main focus is Alzheimer's disease, where we have several different projects, where one, the forerunner of our products, lecanemab, is partnered with Eisai and is right now in phase 3 and will have a readout of the phase 3 data later this year in the fall. But Eisai also has other projects with this candidate, another phase 3 study, which we'll get into more details about, called AHEAD, looking at an earlier patient population. But we also have internal projects looking at other mechanisms of action in the Alzheimer's field, because even if lecanemab, frontrunner, will be successful, Alzheimer's and Alzheimer's disease is a huge field, and there will be needed a lot of different treatment opportunities for that patient population going forward. So even with a successful lecanemab, we will need, and others will need, to come up with other treatments going forward to be able to treat this disease in the most effective way. The Alzheimer's portfolio is also interesting. We have the different antibodies that we have, but on top of that, we've also now started to combine these antibodies with our brain transporter technology, which is an innovative technology of bringing these antibodies into the brain. As you might know, there's a blood-brain barrier in our brains that prevent harmful substances from getting into the brain. So it essentially protects the brain. And that also makes it difficult to get drugs and antibodies into the brain. With our brain transporter technology, we're hoping to change that, to be able to move these antibodies into the brain at a larger extent, and thereby hitting the disease where it lies and being more effective with the treatments, and hopefully to a lower dose. On top of the Alzheimer's disease area, we're also focused on Parkinson's disease. There we have 3 different projects, whereof one, BAN 0805, used to be partnered with AbbVie up until recently. We're now bringing that back. AbbVie has taken a strategic decision to not continue with that project. So we're taking that asset back and looking for new partnering going forward. But that's already gone through part of phase 1 and is on the verge of entering phase 2. Earlier, or late last year, we also announced that we're now working in the ALS area. And we have also combined that asset with our brain transporter technology. So that's an interesting other aspect of what we're doing in our pipeline. And finally, obviously, the blood-brain barrier technology, the brain transporter technology, which we believe could be almost an own franchise of itself should it be successful going forward. So let's look a bit about at our partnerships, because that's an essential part of what we do. We develop great assets and antibodies for neurodegenerative diseases, and then we look for partnering with large pharmaceutical companies to be able to bring these assets into the clinic and hopefully to patients in the end. We've had a long-standing relationship with Eisai, a Japanese global company who's been with us since 2005 in different research collaborations, and then also licensed lecanemab. And they're driving that project fully. We don't have any cost for the development, but we have milestone payments that have been coming through different milestones that have happened so far, and there's still around 150 million euros of milestones yet to be received, should it go all the way to the market and receive all the sales milestones possible. And on top of that, we have royalty sales on the global sale of lecanemab if it reaches the market, of high single digits. So a very successful collaboration, and as I said, on the verge of phase 3 data later this year. The AbbVie collaboration has also been fruitful for us. We've received $130 million out of the over 750 million that was in that deal. However, AbbVie took a strategic decision earlier this year to hand us back that asset, so that's a process that's ongoing right now. We're taking it back, and we're looking to find a new committed partner to drive this forward so far. But we have good data, both preclinical and clinical phase 1 data that suggests or recommends continuation to phase 2. So we're looking forward to continue developing that asset with a new partner. So some recent news in the Alzheimer's disease area and lecanemab specifically. So our partner Eisai, as I said, they're driving a phase 3 program, but they've had the opportunity with the FDA in the US to do a rolling submission under an accelerated approval pathway that is starting to submit and submitting fully before the phase 3 data is ready, available to be able to meet the unmet need of this patient population. And they finalized that rolling submission in May this year. When FDA accepts that file within 60 days of the submission, then we have the right to a milestone of 15 million euros. The submission now means that actually there is a slight possibility that there could be an accelerated approval of this asset already this year, which we could hope for. But what we've said from the start is that the important thing here for lecanemab is the phase 3 data expected around September this year. And then if that is positive data, then the application for the full approval and finally having the fully approved product in the market, that's when we really believe that this product could take off. So the accelerated approval and that pathway, that approval would be helpful to start building the commercial organization for Eisai and preparing for the launch of the full launch. But we're not expecting the product to take off until we have a full approval. We can also say on this product that it has both Fast Track designation in the US and what's called a prior assessment review in Japan, which means that they can send in data and what they have Eisai already now for the authority in Japan to sort of pre-study the data to see if it's enough and what's available for submission. So that's also something that can help speed up the process of approval once we have the phase 3 data. I should also say that this product has obviously had a phase 2 study and an OLE study of the phase 2, and Eisai continues to present these data at different congresses around the world, and so far all this data continues to support what we saw in the phase 2 study. That is, it slows down the progression of the disease, it clears the brain from amyloid in more than 80% of the patients, so it seems to be effective, but still, it's phase 3. Anything can happen, but we're very hopeful for the future. And of course, with that background, we're now starting to build a Nordic commercialization body for ourselves because we have certain rights in the agreement with Eisai to commercialize this product in the Nordic region. So we're building a commercial organization for that. Okay, and this is I just wanted to give you some latest data out of that data I said we had for lecanemab. And this is a study that was done and recently presented where they looked at the possibility of lecanemab to actually prolong or the different stages of the disease and that thereby slowing down the progression. And what they saw in this study was that lecanemab could slow down the disease progression with up to between 2.5 or over 3 years, depending on where in the disease you are. That means you get more time, with less trouble by the disease. That means you take care of yourself longer, maybe live home longer, and not be dependent on others for longer time. So it's clear that this disease slows down, or this drug slows down the disease. The question is how much. And obviously this experiment, this modeling, will be updated with new data once we have phase 3 data later this year. But it's an interesting view of looking at how much can you actually gain by a disease modifying treatment such as lecanemab. Looking at the full program that Eisai drives, they have a very, very broad clinical program for lecanemab. So it's not only the phase 3 study that I've been talking about, it's also the continuation, the continuation study of the phase 2 program that's ongoing and continuously giving us data at different congresses. But they also have this AHEAD program, AHEAD 3-4-5, which is a study where you look at people who have a buildup of amyloid in the brain, the of Alzheimer's disease, but have not yet developed any symptoms. And they're now doing a study, a global study on 1,400 subjects to look at if you start using lecanemab at a lower dose, but much earlier in the disease progression, maybe it could slow down the disease or maybe fully stop it even. So it's more of a preventive study. And that's going to be ongoing for several years now. It's a longer treatment time, over 4 years, but we're very much looking forward to those results as well. And looking more, other things they're doing as well to broaden this program is they're looking at subcutaneous dosing. Right now it's IV dosing for lecanemab, but they're looking at subcutaneous for patients to be able to do it maybe at home in the end. But lecanemab is also, depending on the qualities it's had, it's been chosen for other studies, such as the DIAN-2 study, where they're combining lecanemab as a background amyloid treatment with a tau treatment to see if you can give even better results if you do it that way. So a broad clinical program for this asset. And why do we think that we can be successful with all these things I've said, obviously, but we like to think of it's 4 different buckets that's going to make us successful with lecanemab. First is the likelihood of success, looking at the phase 2 data and all the data we get from the continuation study, the OLE study, combined with how the Klaria AD study is designed, we believe we have good chances of getting a positive phase 3 study. We have the opportunity with positive data to be first in the US, in Japan, and the EU with a full approval. So that's also important, obviously. We have opportunities to differentiate. That goes from our binding profile, which is unique, how rapidly we clear amyloid from the brain, the tolerability profile, how quickly we get onset because we don't need to titrate, etc. And that means we also can take the full dose from day 1. And finally, we've got a broad clinical program. We're looking at other developments for this project as time goes forward. So very big opportunity here for us as well. Looking at other parts of the portfolio, obviously Parkinson's disease is our next to front runner with BAN 0805. Recently we got a new patent for that in the US, or a prolonged patent, which gives us the opportunity to have patent protection all the way to 2046 in the US with the extension possibilities. So that's obviously very helpful now that we're looking for a new partner after that AbbVie decided to hand the project back. We can also say that, as I said before, the phase 1 data that was presented in September last year was very positive and suggested and supported continued development in phase 2. So that's obviously what we're looking forward to. We think this is also a big patient population with a big unmet medical need where we can make a difference with this project. And on top of that, we're expanding our ALS portfolio that we announced in November last year, with now also adding the BT technology to that project. So what can we expect of upcoming news flow? Well, as I said, the rolling submission is now already handed into the FDA. So we're looking for that clearance from the FDA that they have everything they want to that file. And then looking forward to possible approval of that of lecanemab under the accelerated approval pathway. But obviously, the biggest thing this year and the event everybody's looking forward to is the readout of the data of the Clarity AD study. That will happen around September, October timeframe. So that's going to be exciting. Then obviously for BAN0805, we're looking forward to take that asset back from AbbVie and starting a partnering process to find a new committed partner. And we will, of course, keep the market updated on that as well. And then other things that we hope to present as we get data and we've got the patent protection we need. So obviously things around the blood-brain barrier and how we're bringing that forward. So with that said, I would like to finish off with saying that we think that BioArctic is a great company. We've got the patients in mind, and we're built on great science with great projects. We've got great partners, and we've got great people doing all of it. So thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation,
Thank you.
Oscar. Neurodegenerative diseases and Alzheimer's disease in particular represent a major burden, not only for the patients and the families, but for society as a whole. It's been incredibly difficult for pharma companies to develop safe and effective treatments for Alzheimer's disease. Why is it so challenging, and how is BioArctic overcoming these challenges?
Yes, so you're right. It's a huge disease. I think just this year, it's estimated that the cost of Alzheimer's disease in society around the world is $1.3 trillion US. So it's a huge cost for society, but it's a big burden also for families who often become the caregivers or caretakers of these patients. And it's been difficult because the brain is a difficult thing, right? Yeah. You can't go in, you can't open up and mess around with it because it's not going to work for the patient, right? So you need to be very careful. And it's therefore also very difficult to study the disease and study diseases in the brain and come up with the right answers. Now, I think the amyloid hypothesis that we're working on, but others as well, is the right way forward. But if you look in retrospect at studies that have been done in that area, going back the last 20 years, there have been different issues that made it difficult. Firstly, what's the target that you've been looking at? For example, have you been looking in the right way of attacking the disease? Secondly is, have you had the right patient population? Have you done the pre-scans in the right way to ensure that you have the patients that actually have Alzheimer's disease? You're testing for the right thing, for example. So those are some of the things that you need to think about. And we're founded on the ideas of our Professor Lars Lundfeld from Uppsala University, which he then started BioArctic and started developing a treatment. And his discoveries was based on the fact that he found a mutation in a family in the north of Sweden called the Arctic mutation. And what he saw in that family is that these people, they developed, all of them, Alzheimer's disease at a fairly young age. And they all got amyloid in the brain, but they didn't get the plaques. So a lot of treatments have been looking to just clear the plaques in the brain, for example. But this family, a lot of amyloid, but not the plaques. They have protofibrils, so pre-stages of plaques in the brain. So that's important. He then thought that maybe it's the protofibrils that's the issue. Maybe that's what we need to attack, the buildup, because the plat is inert. They can't move. They don't interact, right? But at the same time, sparing the monomers, because some other treatments that have been tested in the past have gone for the monomers. But the monomers, we have that abundant in our body. That has a physiological function in our body. So attacking that won't help. You need to go at the right target. So that's the first thing we're doing. We're specifically, lecanemab is specifically designed to hit the protofibrils, to take those and break those down. What we see is they don't only do that, because that's the preferred binding, they attack the protofibrils, but we also clear the plaque. So we do both. I think that's the way we're finding one way around it. And the other thing is, which we and Eisai have learned from other development programs in the past, is then finding the right patient population. So everybody that's been part of the phase 2 study and now phase 3 study, there's a definite Alzheimer's disease diagnosis. That means they've had a PET scan or a CFS test to ensure that they actually have Alzheimer's disease and not some other form of dementia or similar disease that wouldn't be effective with this treatment.
Mm-hmm. Well, that brings me to my next question, which is how does lecanemab compare with the recently approved aducanumab?
Yeah, so there are similarities and there are differences, right? They're both going after amyloid beta. if you look at them, compare their binding abilities, lecanemab is a much, much stronger A-beta or amyloid beta binder. So it binds hard or more, faster, harder to amyloid beta compared to aducanumab. And secondly, aducanumab prefers plaques, whereas we, as I said before, we prefer the protofibrils. So there's a difference of mechanisms of action in those. And if you look at the data, you can see that we remove amyloid beta faster than they do, actually, than any other A-beta binder that's out there right now in phase 3. And we also, at the same time, have less, there's a adverse event or a side effect that you talk about when you look at these treatments called area E. And we have a much lower area E frequency than any other. All the other A-beta antibody binders, they have around 30% or so, or over 30% of area E, whereas we have below 10% or around 10%. So that's also a difference. So, and that means that we don't have to titrate, so we can go on full dose from day one, whereas aducanumab, for example, they need to titrate over 6 months before they reach actually the effective treatment dose. So that's also a difference.
And finally, very quickly, how difficult will it be to find a new partner for your Parkinson's project?
Yeah, I'm not worried at all, actually. So firstly, it's a great antibody. Secondly, when we had the previous process, when we partnered with AbbVie, that was a competitive partnering process. So we had several other companies lined up in that process, but chose AbbVie. And then thirdly, as well, what we have is a product that has great preclinical data. We have a phase 1 study, or AbbVie's done a phase 1 study that suggests continuation to phase 2. So this is an opportunity for a large pharma to come into the race of alpha-synuclein for the treatment of Parkinson's disease with a great asset and immediately becoming number 2 in that race with only Roche ahead of them. So I'm not worried. Obviously, it's going to take some time because we need to line up the companies interested. There needs to be a process and discussions and all of that. But within not too long, I hope to be able to present something or a new partner to the world.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
And we're happy to welcome Stayble Therapeutics and CEO Andreas Järvad. Welcome, Andreas.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Andreas, I'm the CEO of Stayble Therapeutics, and I'm here to tell you about Stayble Therapeutics and our exciting journey going forward. So just let me start a little bit with discussing chronic low back pain, a disease that affects millions of patients, but where there's today very, very few alternatives for the patients. Patients suffer without any effective treatments, and that's really what Stayble would like to do. We would like to offer patients a simple, injectable treatment that targets the underlying cause of the back pain, and that's something that I would like for you to really remember from this presentation, that we are treating the underlying cause. We're actually aiming to make the patient long-term pain relieved. It's not just treating the cause, actually treating the underlying reason for the type of back pain. So we are developing a single injection treatment with the goal of really offering something where there's currently a lack of effective treatments. And why work within the pain space? I think it's really is about the fact that there are no effective treatments. There's really been a lack of innovation through the last decade almost. You've tried stem cells for a lot of periods. You haven't really been able to succeed with any effective treatments, which leaves a lot of patients without effective treatments. We also have the opportunity as a company within this field to actually innovate and to become the first player to offer something that really can help this type of patients. And why should you invest in Stayble, and what makes Stayble unique? I think we have evolved from a small company to a major player within the field through the last couple of years. We proceeded from a preclinical stage through a phase 1 trial that I will come back to later, and we're now conducting a large clinical phase 2 trial in 3 different countries in Europe. We have a track record to really progress this innovation forward in a very rapid pace to be a pharmaceutical development company. And I think that's also lays in our known drug substance. We're working with lactic acid as our API, which gives us a lower development risk and a higher probability to actually be able to push this drug all the way to the clinics, to the market, and to help all these patients that currently are lacking effective treatments. So a typical patient, when we talk about back pain, perhaps you think a little bit more about the elderly population, but degenerative disc disease, which is the diagnosis that we are targeting, is really a young population. It's a working population. A typical patient for us is somewhere between 30 to 50 years old. So it's really in middle of life, and it's really a period where the small things becomes very difficult. It's difficult to put on your socks in the morning. It's difficult to lift your kids. It's difficult to travel, both for business and pleasure. So it's really a drastic decrease in quality of life for all these patients. And what's really sad, as I was saying in the beginning, is that there are no effective treatments focusing on the underlying cause. It's physiotherapy, it's analgesics, but it's only momentarily treating the patients, not giving them a long-term decrease. And we believe that around 30% of all patients suffering from degenerative disc disease, which stands for around 40% of all back pain in the world, could actually be helped by our treatment STA363, which is a single injection directly into the disc. So all these patients, they are suffering without any actual improvement. What are they doing currently, and why is there really a large need for new type of innovation? I think opioids is really the tragic part of back pain, because a lot of patients is overusing, their overdoses, their misuse, their abuse of opioids. And if back pain is not killing you directly, a lot of patients die due to back pain indirectly caused by opioid overdoses. And in the US, around 50,000 people die every year. So payers and the FDA really acknowledge that we need to find new alternatives for this patient group. We need to help them really getting away from opioids, but really our goal in Stayble is getting them away from actually starting it in the first place. So being a second-line treatment when physiotherapy and analgesic fails, Stayble should be the option for all patients to really get the opportunity to get long-term pain relieved. So just giving you the quick numbers, around 100 million patients suffer every year, currently in the US, in Europe, and in UK. And as I was saying, around 30% corresponds to around 30 million that we can target directly, and every year around 11.5 million, corresponding to 3.5 million patients every year, is the target population that we can treat on a yearly basis. So as I was saying, it's a vast problem. I think the numbers, especially looking at the prevalence, really demonstrate that there is a vast need for new improved treatments to actually help all these patients currently suffering to go away from their current problems. So, degenerative disc disease, why can we treat it, and what is the actual causes of this type of back pain? Looking at degenerative disc disease, we primarily have two components. It's a leakage of inflammatory substances, and it's an instability of the segment, which is the rationale for where a minority of the patients received a spinal fusion. So the reason for getting degenerative disc disease is quite unknown. There are a couple of factors. There are lifestyle factors. If you look at the spine, it has a curvature, so it's a lot of pressure in the lower discs. So lumbar disc generation is mostly common in the lower two discs, and there is a connection with obesity. But there are also genetic factors that some people's discs are generating more quickly than others. So the really problem with these patients is the lack of effective treatments. And what we are doing here is that we have our treatment, which is STA363. It's a single injection. You only inject it once, and then you get a lifelong change of the disc, a lifelong decrease of the pain. The injection directly into the disc, it transforms the disc into connective tissue, and this transformation stabilizes the segment and eliminates the possibility of leakage. So by doing this, we are removing the underlying cause of the back pain, helping the patients becoming pain relieved over a long period of time. So the really important things about Stayble is it's a minimally invasive. We increase quality of life. We have established safety and tolerability, but also working with lactic acid gives us a lower risk of negative side effects later on in development. And we're aiming to have a disease-modifying label, which will be very important from a payer perspective, from a reimbursement perspective, and also that the authorities are really looking for to approve. So what have we done so far? We have performed a clinical phase 1 trial where we established that the treatment was safe and tolerable. We saw no side effects. But the most important thing that we saw from this trial was that we established something that we as define as biological efficacy, which means that we could see, based on MRI images, that before treatment and after treatment, in the highest dose, medium dose, we saw a transformation into connective tissue. We didn't see that in the lower dose or in the placebo-treated group, which gives us a very good indication of which type of doses that works in this population and which doses we should actually continue to develop to be able to demonstrate efficacy or decrease in pain. This study was conducted in Sweden, in Stockholm. We included 15 patients in 3 different doses, and it was a placebo double-blinded study. And we followed the patient for up to 12 months. So based on this very positive phase 1 trial, we continued the development into a larger clinical phase 2b trial. And we were able to publish last year very positive interim data. We saw that we have a lower variability than we expect initially, and we have a high quality of the study conduct. So this gives us a very positive feeling for the of this trial. It also gives us a higher probability to get conclusive data. So the goal of the trial is to see pain decrease. So the primary endpoint is pain, but we also measure function as a secondary endpoint, because for us and for all of the patients, it's very important. Pain is one parameter, of course. It's very important to decrease the patient's pain, but it's also a lot about quality of life. It's about getting back to society, and therefore function is something that valuable for both the patients but also for payer or physicians, and they see that both pain and function will be 2 parameters that will be very valuable for the development, but also very reasonable to focus on when we are conducting a larger trial. We brought the 2 doses, the high and the medium dose from the phase 1 trial, into this phase 2b trial. And we also have a placebo control trial. So it's a double-blinded study, which means that either the patient, nor the physician, nor Stayble knows if you got active treatment or placebo. We followed the patients for up to 12 months. We aim to include around 100 evaluable patients in the trial, and we're conducting the trial in the Netherlands, in Russia, and in Spain. And we aim to have the top-line results during 2023. And I would also like to point out that conducting a trial in Russia in these days are, of course, something that is very challenging. And for us, it's very important that we have been active in Russia for a couple of years, and we have included a lot of patients in Russia. And we believe that we really need to take care of these patients. We have an ethical goal towards them because they are in the trial, that we need to follow them up. We need to ensure that they get the right treatment, and that's why we have decided to continue the trial in Russia, to really give the patients what we told in the beginning of the trial. So based on this, we really are continuing developing the trial, and we're very, very happy that we have had some challenges during the COVID with patient recruitment. We've done a lot of different initiatives. We have worked with incentives, we've worked with referral networks, we've worked with different types of social media campaigns to really drive patient recruitment. And we're very happy to say that we have now recruited more than 75% of all the patients. And we also see a very positive trend in the continuance of the patient recruitment. So we really are on track with our goal of treating the last patient in the trial during 2022. And as I was saying, have the top-line results in 2023. So it's very, very positive currently. We really have a good flow in the trial, and we're really aiming to be able to give the next important milestone with 100% of the patient recruited. And that's also something that we would like to discuss with our partners, to go out to discuss with them, to really take the next step with Stayble, because as we are progressing, a partnership for the continuance of the development is very important for us. So that's what we are focusing now. We have a large interest in Stayble, and we really see that people and different types of companies are really seeing the enormous potential in this area. We have a unique option with our treatment. Really, the disease-modifying label is something that they really see as very beneficial. And also to be able to use the fact that you would like to decrease opioids. That's something that's really a driver for this type of that Stayble is doing. So we're focusing on primarily pharmaceutical companies, specialty pharma companies, but we also see that medtech companies are more and more looking into the space, and being a single injection working towards the orthopedic department, there definitely are medtech companies that could be a potential partner. So the goal is to enter into a license with the phase 2b data, and we are aiming for either a merchant acquisition, a license agreement, or a co-development for the next step, which is a clinical phase 3 trial. Stayble is a virtual company, so we have a rather small core team working with experts all over the globe, where we see that we have the right competence for our development. So we have the knowledge from early stage development through pharmaceutical development to business development, and that's also the same for in our board, with really the early stage development, business development. So we have the financing, we have we need to really successfully develop this company going forward. And we're also very happy that we work with very competent advisors that helps us guide through both in one way regulatory questions, but mostly scientific discussions and really getting the patient perspective of the development. So to summarize this, why should you invest in Stayble? I think it's really about the treatment potential. It's a game-changing solution. It's really something that could help portion of the patients. I've said it many times, but it's disease modifying. It's very important for us. And we also have the track record with working with lactic acid, which gives us a lower development risk. The risk of actually failing in later stage development is much lower in the case of Stayble compared to other pharmaceutical development projects. We have granted patents in the markets that we would like to be. We have an ongoing trial, recruited most of the patients, and I think it's always from my perspective, of course, but I would say that we have a very attractive valuation of the companies. It's a very interesting journey to start with Stayble currently, that we have an ongoing trial. We're very close of recruiting the last patient, and then it's really the next step going into partnership towards releasing a drug that really can help all the patients that currently are suffering without any effective treatments. So with that, I would like to round up and say thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. So if we start with the clinical study, and considering the current events in Russia, do they in any way affect the progress of your study, or are you able to keep up the speed you would like to?
I would say that from a logistic perspective and from a data capturing perspective, we are not seeing any issues with Russia. We have the supply of drug product locally in the country, and we're working with the clinics locally. But I think also for us it's very important about data capturing, data security. So we have all the data that are collected digitally and transferred to servers in Switzerland and in Sweden. So we really continuously have the data secured outside of Russia, and I think that's very important. And I think also from an inclusion perspective, we work with centralized reading. So we have all the magnetic resonance images are sent to Sweden before a patient is actually included. So we have very good control of which patients that are entering the trial or not.
One thing that I was curious about was you said you'd had to come up with some innovative ways to recruit the patients. Could you talk a little bit more about that? You mentioned incentives and so on.
Yeah, I think it's always in clinical development. For some reason, you have very positive prognoses of how many patients you will treat, but when you start a trial, for some reason they disappear. So what we've been doing is that there's no single activity that's really changed everything, but it's different types of activities that really patch this together. And I think referral networks, for us, it's a lot about finding the patients early in their pain progression, and that we are doing at the radiology department. So working closely with them has been very successful. Social media, it's something that we worked with in our first trial. We also worked with it a little bit in this trial, but we saw that in Russia, for example, social media is not a channel for people to actually go to the clinic. So we work more with medical websites. We worked with KOL presentations and trying to leverage best practice. So it's a lot of interaction between the clinics, how to find patients, how to actually discuss with your colleagues, so they are broadening the net where you actually can find these patients. So it's a lot of different factors, but I think best practice and working closely with your radiology would be the two factors that's really been changing the development. But then of course COVID has been a challenge and been really slowing things down, and with the vaccines in COVID, things are of course progressing quicker.
And then finally, you talked about the US market as being potentially very important. Do you have a strategy for how to enter the US market? How are you preparing the ground for Stable's entrance to the US?
I think the US is of course a very important market for us, and I think what we've been doing so far is having presence with really key opinion leaders. We work very closely with them to get a presence, but we also are planning to have interactions with the FDA later this year to discuss the development program going forward. So I think it's a lot about regulatory currently, but also from a partnering perspective, we have interactions with different types of companies, both big and small, and the US is of course a market where we're very active.
Well, then we thank you so much for coming, Andreas.
Thank you.
Now we're happy to welcome Niels Iversen Müller, co-founder and board member at Evaxion Biotech. Welcome, Niels. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm pleased to present Evaxion Biotech to you. At Evaxion, we're working to saving lives with AI-powered immunotherapies. The idea of using AI is basically to make medicines better at curing patients from their devastating diseases. And there are many diseases to focus on. And at Evaxion, we're focusing on cancer, and we're focusing on infectious diseases. So the whole idea of using AI is that AI should lead to better immunotherapies. So in the case of cancer, there is no question that cancer is unique to the individual. There's also no question that the immune system is unique to the individual. And if you want to develop immunotherapies, you need to take both things into account. And that's what we do at Evaxion. And based on our AI, we look at the immune system, at the patient, we look at the cancer, and then we are developing personalized medicine in less than 7 weeks. And that's important because time matters when you try to save lives of cancer patients. So we believe with our AI approach, we're revolutionizing drug development. Normally, when you think about therapies for patients, it's one size that fits all. But I just introduced that cancers are unique, immune systems are unique. So we don't believe that you can just find one size that fits all for everyone. Also, when you use immune therapies in cancer patients, you see unspecific immune activation. Basically, the immune system in the patient is activated to basically attack anything that it comes across, and not only the cancer. And that's what you want to target, really. So you also see severe side effects with many of these novel immune therapies. And I think the worst thing is really that normally you're not really saving lives, you're prolonging lives with these immune therapies. So with Evaction's technologies, we're looking at doing truly personalized immunotherapies. So basically one size fits one patient, taking their immune system and the cancer into account. Our AI technology, Pioneer, seeks out and target the cancer cells specifically. So with that specific attack on the cancer cells, we also minimize the side effects that we observe in our patients that we are testing our therapies in. And the ambition is that we save lives, basically curing the cancers. The competitive edge of using AI in drug discovery is really displayed here in this graph. What you see is as we start training the different Pioneer versions, so basically our technology to develop patient-specific immunotherapies, we see as we generate data, we train our technology in identifying better therapies. We also see in this mouse model that the tumor killing in these mice is actually becoming better and better. So we see that the tumor volume diminishes with the better versions of our technologies. And this is really the essence of using AI in drug discovery. It's a machine that you can train in becoming better at developing or identifying therapies for patients. And remember that this type of approach using the Pioneer system really develops patient-specific therapies in less than 7 weeks. So imagine this is patients that we're talking about, identifying unique therapies, and we see that training the technologies become better and better at developing new therapies for these patients. And I think the most important thing is that we truly see anti-tumor effect. And this is what it's all about, that we're able to kill the cancers in the patients and save their lives. Evaxion is a fast-growing company. We're more than 70 people today. We're fully integrated AI and research facility north of Copenhagen in Denmark. We are stock listed on the US NASDAQ, and we use cutting-edge AI platform technologies. We have multiple programs in early-stage development, and we have multiple late-stage programs in development. And one of the benefits, again, of using AI in drug discovery is that we can expand our pipeline portfolio pretty significantly. We also have a very experienced management team to take the company forward. I want to highlight Lars Winger, experienced CEO, comes with background from both infectious diseases and immunology. Also, Erik Hegaard, he's very experienced in infectious diseases and cancer from many world-leading pharma companies. So we believe that with this team, we're all to develop Evaxion, leverage the full potential of the technology, and cure cancer and infectious diseases. We're tapping into a very attractive market. Right now, the market for immunotherapies is estimated to be $85 billion for cancer alone. That is expected to grow dramatically over the next many years to hit $277 billion by 2030. So the immune therapy market in cancer alone is growing dramatically, and our ambition is to tap into that market, capture a part of that. And that's what we believe, that we're on the right track with our technologies and the programs that we're developing, and certainly the clinical data that we're seeing already. The way that we want to capitalize on our investments in these areas is really that we do the drug discovery, we test the drugs in patients, we out-license to large pharma companies after phase 1 or 2, and then the partner will finalize the development and also commercialize our product. And that will generate income for Evaxion through upfront and milestones and royalty payments. So we're advancing a very robust immunotherapy pipeline. One area, as I mentioned, is cancer immunotherapy. Our lead program is EVX-01, which is targeting metastatic melanoma. We are moving into phase 2B based on the phase 1/2A data that we reported last year. We're doing this study in collaboration with Merck, or MSD, and we are expecting to have the first patient first visit very soon this year. Then we have EVX-02, which is a DNA type of technology, also heading into phase 2 later this year, and we are expecting the regulatory clearance very soon also for that. Then we have our Eden technology, which is focusing on bacterial diseases. Our lead program in infectious diseases or bacterial diseases is a Staph aureus vaccine that is also moving from preclinical into phase 1 last half of 2022. And then based on the recent pandemic by COVID-19, we have been developing the Raven technology. The Raven technology is basically a technology that allows us to identify new vaccine targets very rapidly when a new virus emerges. And we can also use that technology for existing viral diseases. So we are selecting a commercial target later this year. I mentioned that we saw the initial clinical data from our phase 1/2a with EVX-01, and we were very happy with the data that we saw, and it justifies moving the program into phase 2b, which we do in collaboration with Merck. And basically what we see here is that the combined therapy of EVX-01 and standard therapy Keytruda has a significant impact on tumor burden in patients. Basically, what we see here, the green columns is really complete response in 2 patients, so no tumor left. The blue columns are partial response, so significant response in these patients as well, and then a few patients that progressed. This data compares favorable to background data with this number of patients actually responding, and certainly what we see in terms of clinical complete response and partial response. I have one case that I want to share with you, which is a case with a 64-year-old female with stage 4 metastatic melanoma. She was stable on standard therapy, which was Keytruda. We added EVX-01 after 10 months of stable disease. We added EVX-01, and then we saw this patient turning into a complete response. This is unusual and unexpected. You would normally not expect to see such a clear response after 10 months. So this is encouraging, and you can see here on this curve that when we start immunizing, which is the small black arrows, when we start immunizing, the blue columns, which are the T cells, which is actually the patient's immune system being activated, we see in correspondence with that the tumor start shrinking, and on the last scan that we see a complete response. So basically no tumor left in this patient. And this is what we're working for at Evaxion, using our AI technologies to really nail cancer, to kill every single cancer cell in the patients. And this is what we see in this. So very exciting data. And of course the scans where we see on the top pictures clear signs of clear cancer in this patient, and on the last scan absolutely no cancer left in this patient. In terms of financing, we are very well financed way into Q3 2023. So that also means that with this ambitious growth plan that we have in terms of pushing our programs through clinical development, we are well financed to do that. And we are expecting multiple options to expand our current funds as we look into the different opportunities to do so. So a very well-financed company looking with a solid, robust financial situation way into Q3 2023. Key anticipated milestones. I wanted to point your attention to the most critical and most important ones, I would say, is really getting the first patient in our phase 2b for EVX-01 that we do in collaboration with Merck. And based on that enrollment in that phase 2b, clinical data or interim data is expected second half of 2023. For EVX-02 and 3, the phase 2b, we do the regulatory filing in first half of 2022, and we expect first patient in that trial in second half of 22 as well. So those are the next major near-term milestones that we are anticipating. So there are basically 5 things that I would like you to remember. First of all, Evaxion is an AI company using AI to address a major market that is in rapid growth. So it's immune therapy market that we expect to grow, that is expected to grow quite dramatically. We have a clear competitive edge using our AI platforms and with superior outcome in clinical trials. We have unique products, very strong proof of concept that we are building on, and we can use that to expand our pipeline very, very broadly, and that also means more business opportunities that we are pursuing as we speak. We also have first-class medical expertise and scientific expertise to support all the work that we're doing in Evaxion and bring that in the programs that we're developing. And in the end, we are a company poised for rapid value creation. Forward-looking statements, disclaimer, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Niels, for that presentation. I'd like to start off by asking you, what are the benefits and challenges of being both a technology company and a drug development company?
Clear benefits. Also pointed out in the presentation that when you use AI to discover novel therapies, you can actually become better and better. So it's an iterative process. So basically the idea is to use AI to make better medicines. So it's a very focused, iterative process that in the end will lead to better therapies. The problem is that you need to span the whole development area, and that's also why we have a fully integrated lab focusing or having both machine learning experts or AI experts, preclinical expertise, CMC folks, clinical expertise. So you need to capture that whole value chain or development chain, you could say, of expertise. And that makes things a little bit complex, but that's where we are very focused in integrating everybody in the team to be able to understand different sides of the development process and their research areas, and that takes some effort.
Mm-hmm. You also mentioned the very important collaboration with Merck regarding your lead candidate. How is that collaboration a value driver for Evaxion?
So for us, it's important to, of course, be able to work with Merck in terms of the clinical design of our phase 2b. Secondly, also providing Keytruda for free to our trial. So that's, of course, important. But first of all, it's building the relationship so it fits well with our go-to-market strategy, basically, that we get to know them, they get to know us, they get acquainted with EVX-01, they get acquainted with our technologies and so on. So there are multiple benefits of that, and we're building the relationship with them.
Mm-hmm. Well, along those lines, do you envision a scenario where the drugs that you develop will be able to work as a standalone instead of combination with checkpoint inhibitors, as in the case of Keytruda?
Absolutely, and that's also something that we have considered. Right now, we are focusing on the combination of standard therapy with our EVX-01, 2, and 3. And the main reason for doing that is that will bring us into first-line therapy. Mm-hmm. And since we don't have observed any serious adverse events, and there is additorial effect seen in our preclinical studies, we believe that it's a very good match and really will position us with our products in the first line. So at this point, we don't see a need to do a standalone therapy development.
Mm-hmm. All right, and well, just finally, your focus is on personalized cancer immunotherapies, and this obviously means patient-specific. Why is this so important? Why do cancer therapies need to be patient-specific?
because every cancer is unique. Every patient's immune system is unique, and we have a lot of data showing that melanoma in one patient is very much different from melanoma in another patient. So believing that you can find a single therapy that will be able to tackle all types of melanoma in all types of patients is not possible. So with the technologies currently available that we have at hand, we can uniquely target the individual tumors and the individual immune system. So combining what we believe will have the most optimal response in terms of effect when we develop our therapies. And we can, in addition to that, do that very quickly in just 7 weeks for EVX-01. So it makes a lot of sense combining or having the patient-specific approach when we have the technologies that we have in Evaxion and the capabilities.
Mm-hmm. Well, great. And thanks so much for answering the questions and for your very interesting presentation. And we look forward to following Evaxion in the coming months.
Thank you.
Next presenting company is Cline Scientific with CEO Patrick Sund. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Today, large patient groups suffer from diseases where tools for effective cure or treatments are lacking. Osteoarthritis and metastatic cancers are two of these areas where hundreds of millions of people suffer from severe pain or sometimes die far too early due to the spread of a tumor in the body. Cline Scientific is a company with 2 clinical projects that aim to solve problems in both of these major areas. My name is Patrick Sund, I'm the CEO of Cline, and I will try to take you through those 2 projects that we have and explain to you what they are. Our 2 projects, both in preclinical phases at the moment, we call them CellRace and StemCart, are based on our proprietary technology. What makes it possible for us to work with 2 so different projects is a common platform in the form of a patented surface technology. With the help of that, we can, with very high precision, control and analyze the movement and the behavior of different cells. I will tell you short about StemCart and CellRace and where we are today, but first a summary of what Cline is. Cline started as a technology company with proprietary patented nanosurface technology. But over time, the company has transformed, and since around 2018, we are an R&D company with, as I said, 2 preclinical projects which both use our technology, but in different ways. Our business model has evolved somewhat, but is very similar to other life science projects or companies. We will develop both our projects to a certain phase, and then we will aim to out-license or sell the projects to a larger company that can take it further and to the market. The 2 projects are, as I mentioned, CellRace, which is a cancer diagnostic product for detecting the risk of metastasis much earlier and with higher precision than today. And StemCart, which is a stem cell-derived cartilage repair therapy, a cell therapy. We have a strong team behind us, a board of directors with long-time life science experience, both from the pharma, diagnostics, as well as the healthcare field. We have a strong operating team, although small, and we also have strong advisory teams behind each project, both the StemCart and the CellRace advisors. Lately, we have added clinical advisors for the StemCart project in the form of 3 orthopedic surgeons, 2 of which are very famous and have long-term experience with cell therapy in this area. Okay, so StemCart, our stem cell therapy project that aims to heal damaged cartilage. What is this? Well, the problem is obvious. You have cartilage degradation, or it could be trauma injuries. This leads to chronic pain which there is currently no cure for. The current treatments are either drugs, in other words, painkillers, that you try to use for as long as possible before you go into the next phase, which could be surgery. You'd like to prolong this as long as possible because you do not want to repeat surgery, since those prostheses don't last for a lifetime, only just last for 10 years or so. There are some types of autologous cell therapies. In other words, you can take your own cells, take them out into the lab, culture them, and then replace the damaged cartilage with them. But that's not scalable. The ideal, what you would like to have in the future is what's called an allogeneic stem cell therapy, where you can use a large batch of cells to a large number of patients. What we do, our solution is we differentiate iPS cells, which is a certain type of stem cells, with our unique technology into functional chondrocytes or cartilage cells, which are then together with a matrix implanted into the joint and is supposed to repair the damaged cartilage. Obviously, you can either repair damaged cartilage or you can replace cartilage that has disappeared due to osteoarthritis. The results so far are very encouraging. We have published results on how chondrocytes can be differentiated, how they can be differentiated by Cline's method, and also a number of other publications that proves that this works. Currently, we have ongoing ex vivo tests where we test our cells with the matrix in human cartilage that has been taken from patients undergoing surgery. And we will, during the rest of this year, publish results from those tests. Benefits are obviously that we can regenerate articular cartilage that has not been possible up until now. We can also thereby reduce the suffering, the pain that patients who have these problems have. And also, as I mentioned, the allogeneic iPS cell source allows the scale up to make this available for a large group of patients that otherwise could not get access to it. The market is very large. It's an estimated that 16% of the global population will at some point suffer from osteoarthritis, and only the number of knee replacements in the EU annually has a very high cost. Not only that, but osteoarthritis will grow and increase in the population due to the aging population that you have in most parts of the world. The roadmap that Cline has looks like this. It's very similar, or it is actually a part of a pharma clinical pathway to the market. All the sub activities that you see in the blue frame are activities that Cline expects to accomplish or complete. And we have done some of it. We're in the process of doing the ones that are marked in yellow. And then we will also undertake a phase 1 clinical study further down the road. Outside of that is where we think a larger company needs to take the product and the project further. And that is part of our project to find one of those two. I also should say, by the way, if I go back, that our timeline, as you can see here, is not as long as some people might say. We have a target in 2024 to be able to divest this project. So much about StemCart. Now, CellRace. We will switch to that, which is a cancer diagnostic product, as I said. The problem there today is that if you find a tumor, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to distinguish invasive cancer cells from non-invasive cancer cells, in other words, malignant from benign. There are no products that on the market today that can do that, and this is what CellRace aims to be. Why is that important? Well, because 90% of all cancer-related deaths occur due to metastasis, in other words, spreading of cancer. As I mentioned, it's impossible to find these before that takes place. Also, that naturally leads to misdiagnosis or wrong, incorrect treatment at times. Cline's solution is an IVD, an in vitro diagnostic product, in the form of a live cell assay. In other words, we isolate tumor cells from a biopsy taken, and then we put it down on our surface to see how the live tumor cells move over, or if they don't. We then record a number of movements and a massive number of data points, which we then analyze with an AI algorithm that we are also developing, and then relate that to the risk of metastasis. Why is this good, we think? Well, we think that it is better to look at the entire cell reaction rather than one or a single factor. If you look at the live cell and their movement or their behavior, you will actually get all factors involved. And that's what we think is different with this product. Today, there is at least one biopsy per tumor detected, taken. And then obviously some kind of diagnostic method is used to determine what the optimal treatment for each patient is. The CellRace will fit right into this, and in other words, will not change the workflow, the clinical workflow at all. So far, the results are very encouraging here too. We can ensure very small but very clear differences between invasive and non-invasive cell lines. What you see in the picture are the red bars are invasive or malignant tumor cells, the green ones non-invasive. And we can do this with very high specificity. We have, though, chosen not to publish these results yet because of patent possibilities that we see with this project. Major benefits, they are also obvious, I think. Will provide diagnostic information that is not available today at a much earlier stage. That can ensure proper treatment. And also, I'd like to stress that even though we currently work with breast cancer, the idea is for CellRace to be adapted to all types of metastasizing cancers in the future. The market, I think everyone knows, is enormous. There are over 2 million cases of breast cancers diagnosed each year on a global basis. Many more biopsies than that are taken. And if you will calculate some kind of a value, a cost for that, it differs depending on what types of tests is run, where in the world you're doing this. But if you look at the range of 5,000 to 10,000 SEK, you will see that the market is already there for breast cancer diagnosis in the blockbuster region. Just like for StemCart, we have a roadmap for CellRace. Forward, it's somewhat different because it's not a therapy, but it's same type of testing that needs to be done and steps that needs to be has to be gone through. Similarly to in CellRace, we have identified the sub-activities that Cline should take care of, and then where a partner or an out-licensing procedure should take place. The green ones we have accomplished already, the yellow ones are underway. So what are the key takeaways from this? Well, Cline has cutting-edge technology that we use in 2 preclinical projects with very high value in each potential market. And we think that you should look out for results from our ex vivo testing in the STEM CART project, which we will have during the fall. And also the progress and the accelerated progress with in cell race when we start using the AI-based algorithm fully out, which we expect to do sometime starting in August. With that, I will leave you and thank you for your attention, and you're more than welcome to come with more questions to us at any time.
Thank you for your presentation. The stem cell market is certainly growing, so how is StemCart differentiated from other stem cell products?
Well, stem cell products in general can be used in many different fields, many different diseases. What we are trying to do is use it in a very large field, obviously, cartilage damage or osteoarthritis, which everyone will get sooner or later. I think the difference is that in one way it's an easier type of disease to cure because it's more of a mechanical issue. If you have cartilage in your knee that needs to be replaced or it's worn out, if you can add some more, then you have a solution. Many other stem cell projects or products aim to cure much more complicated diseases such as diabetes, Parkinson's disease, etc., where you not only have to get the cells who can produce a hormone in place, they also have to read the levels of that hormone in the body, which is extremely difficult to do. So I think even though obviously stem cell therapy is a complex thing to bring to the market, it's an easier one that we are working with right now than many others that are in the project phases.
Interesting. And you have submitted an international patent application for the cell race product. When do you expect to get approval for this?
It's always hard to know because what we have done is so far submitted an international PCT application to get the protection worldwide, but then you also have to go in and apply in each country or each market, if you will. And those different countries have different timelines. It can go very fast. Very fast in this case would be 19-20 months from application date. It can also take 8 years. So you never know. But we expect to have ours ready in 2-3 years, which is pretty much coincides with the time that we think another partner needs to assist or take over the whole project.
Thank you for joining us today in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'm happy to welcome Anders Weiland, CEO of Chordate Medical. Welcome, Anders. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to welcome to this presentation of Chordate Medical and the current situation. We are now traded at Nasdaq First North. We made this move in February, as you may have noticed, but the ticker is still the same. It is CMH. Okay, so first let's cover just the numbers of the first quarter report. As you can see, very low revenue levels, similar to last year. Cash flow out increased. We have had some costs associated with the change of stock listing and also some other activities around the FDA process that have costed extra this quarter. But at the end of the day, the earning per share is still on the same negative number as last quarter or the quarter last year comparably. Okay, so quickly the highlights over the past 12 months. Of course, the biggest and most important one is the CE mark that we got secured last May or May last year. Another important thing that's probably coupled to that CE marking was that our warrant closed in November last year on 99.23% subscription, which is quite fantastic. And then, of course, the change of listing of the share to Nasdaq First North has been very important for us and generated quite a bit of new exposure in areas where we haven't been exposed before. We also have published recently that we recruited the last patient in our pivotal migraine study. I'm going to talk more about that a little later, but that was a very important milestone to pass. We have received the Ministry of Health approval in Saudi Arabia, and all documents are now in place, which is great. And also talked about that we are setting up a representation office in Saudi Arabia that is supposed to cover the entire Gulf region. Another thing that we've done on the marketing side is that we engaged and initiated the market access for the UK market. Quite important for us. And we also note that despite the relatively severe pandemic situation in China, the progress in the registration process is untouched by that. People are working from home and do a lot of good jobs, even if they can't be at the office or move around, certainly in Shanghai. The last part here is that we took a step and moved to the second segment of the process of getting a market access approval from FDA in the US. I'll talk a little bit more about that also. But first, I would like to bring up something we published recently here, and that is the study pipeline that we have. This has not been known before, so this is a bit of a news. We have first the migraine study, the 007 study. We included the last patients in April, and that means that last patient will leave the study at the end of July, which means that right after that, the cleaning of data and complete data file can be produced relatively quickly after this, and the manuscript can be prepared to submission for publication. Now, this part is something we can't control. We can't really predict how long the approval for publication would take at a certain publication. We, of course, would like to have a prominent publication publishing this report, and we'll have to wait until they give us approved for publication sign, so that means that we can then start talking about the data and the results at the earliest at the end of this year. We're also closing out the rhinitis study that stopped the inclusion 2 years ago. So we're now cleaning that up, and the clean file and report will be prepared as well. There are two unknown or new studies here that are in the planning stage or just starting. One is the 009 migraine study. It is a quite interesting study that will seek to understand if we have any effect on the group of patients that failed to respond to the new and modern CGRP inhibitor treatment. And we have about 4 or 5 different such drugs in the market. This has been really the high point of neurology and treatment of migraine. But there are a large number of patients that don't respond to that kind of treatment, which is, I think, in the neurology world, kind of a disappointment, but of course also expected. Now we are going to, in a pilot study, see if we have any effect with the KOS technology for that group that have basically then failed on anything else available. If we have some sort of a success, some sort of positive result there, that would be fantastic. If we don't show any result, that means we will just be as good as the CGRP treatment alternative, which is also good. So this is a relatively quick study. It's going to be performed by King's College in London, and it's entirely based on the London area. So that is a nice thing that we're looking forward to. And the last one is the 010 study, also migraine. This is part of our CE marking process where we will do a so-called post-market surveillance follow-up study and see how this treatment actually fares in the real clinical world, 200 patients, it's going to be approximately 3-4 countries and about 15 clinics that participate in this. So that is a 1-year follow-up, so that will take time before it's delivered. So now we have a new picture on our study pipeline, and we're doing these 2 new studies with one sole ambition, and that is to support marketing and sales with new interesting angles. Possibly also intriguing others to start their own independent studies, totally independent from us, so-called investigator-initiated studies, which we will support as much as possible if they arise. In depth on the migraine study, the last patient included in Finland. All the German clinics are done with theirs, and as you may or may not remember, this study produced an interim analysis 2019, which was obviously quite favorable. We are blinded to that data, but it was used in the CE marking process of this indication, and we can only draw the conclusion that it must have been relatively good. Otherwise, we would not have received the CE mark. So this is, for us, the most important thing that's going on, basically. Now over to the FDA process. We have taken the first step and asserted that the so-called de novo process would be most applicable for our technology. Now in the second phase, we are trying to understand how FDA sees on that, and that's done with a so-called pre-submission meeting with FDA to discuss this and hear their input on our plans. And that is supposed to be finished during the second quarter here, and then if that is favorable and something we can go forward with, then we will start preparing a submission for a de novo application during the fall. Interesting and important, but this again is not to be understood as we have plans of entering the US market. To that, we need a different level of financing and a different strategy, which is right now not in place. We have also started aggressively to market in the UK market. We have assigned marketing access consultants in London area, and we're now building up a network of key opinion leaders among the neurologists and headache prominent doctors. This is mostly on the private side, but we also do this as much as possible on the public side. And there is possibly going to be a mix of this when we come out with some results of these activities. But right now it's building network, making or moving the level of awareness upwards so that we can start getting into clinical tests or clinical trials. It's not a trial, but that people actually start treating patients and see how they judge the treatment. In the Saudi Arabia, things are moving forward now after the pandemic have left. Basically up until just a month or two ago, everything was locked. You couldn't visit hospitals, but now it's actually possible to do it. So we decided to eventually set up a representation office in Saudi Arabia. We also employed a general manager there that we recruited from our distributor. And the assignment for him is to work on the entire GCC area or the whole Gulf region. There are a few more very interesting markets that we need to address here. And we will build from the success and experience from Saudi Arabia and then enter other markets in a sequence. The insurance side, both now with the MOH or approval, so there is a reimbursement, and also on the private side is coming into place. So we're looking forward here to participate in tenders that start in the fall, and now knowing that both the private side, most of them, as well as public hospitals, can get reimbursed for the treatment, which is very important for us. It's also worth noting that so far, all our activity in Saudi is for the rhinitis indication. We haven't even moved in there yet with the migraine. That's going to come, but first thing first. We see the same potential in all other markets, even though they are smaller, of course, but rhinitis is a severe condition in the area and of a high interest level for rhinologists. A little bit of a repetition. What is chronic migraine? The prevalence is about 2%. The definition is that you have more than 15 days of headache recorded per month, and whereof 8 are also including migraine episodes. That would say that about 140 million people in the world are chronic migraineurs, and that's exactly what we study. As a reference, the cost for a chronic migraine patient in Sweden is in average 120,000 crowns per year, whereof 20% is healthcare cost and 80% is loss of productivity, as you can't be at your job fully functioning. Prevalence of normal or all migraine is posted as 13% in Sweden, much more common among women than men. All the current therapies, alternatives for migraine are pharmaceuticals, more or less, and they do need supplement alternatives because the response is not very high. So everybody's searching for other new things to add or combine with the current therapies. This generates quite a bit of money for the industry. The pharmaceutical industry is approximately $9 billion and is growing by 10%. So this is of a high investment interest from both the medtech side as well as the pharma side. Our treatment is a very simple, easy to learn, risk-free treatment with a few unknown or unexpected side effects. It's also covered by 70 patents in 24 countries. As I said before, we are already settling the first indication with the same technology for stuffed nose or rhinitis, chronic rhinitis. Also huge potential, but it's more difficult to market to that potential. It's less defined than the migraine and headache side. So we're focusing on the migraine for now. One machine can treat 2,000 patients per year, approximately. There is a built-in protection, pay-per-use system. And you see the difference between the need of rhinitis and migraine patients. We have 3 models to go to market. One is the traditional business to clinic, which we do through our distributors. We have the local market access, which is a new way of doing it for us. UK is such an example, and the new office in Saudi Arabia is another. And then, of course, we have our joint venture with Cereno Medical in Shanghai that's working on the Chinese market. What we're going to do going forward here is, of course, continue to build on our proof of concept in market, finalize the migraine study, of course, and then succeed with UK and Saudi. Get the Chinese registration in place and hopefully also get forward with FDA and the US approval. And that basically concludes my presentation now. So let's see if there are any questions.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, and of course there are some questions.
Oh, I was guessing on that. Yeah.
Now I'd like to begin by asking you in relation to how much growing interest you've seen, both for Chordate and for your technology internationally. Why is this significant for Chordate Medical?
At the end of the day, it's of course our overwhelming strategy or our goal with building value for our shareholders. It is going to be executed in an international arena, so we need more exposure. This is of course why the move to NASDAQ helped us quite a bit. We're also now doing a lot more in the international market, both on the industry side and the clinical side. So we're getting more visible by the time.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to ask you also about your sales strategy. What will it take to reach your sales goals?
Well, our sales goals are designed after the strategic goal of proving the concept in market, meaning showing that we can sell in a market. That's more important to us than the sales numbers, actually, because that if we can do it with our small resource bank, then a larger corporation can of course multiply that by plenty. So demonstrating that this is sellable is the first goal. Of course, a nice side effect is to have an increase in revenue and eventually maybe break even. But that's secondary, actually, to prove that this is something that can be sold. Mm. So that's what we're working hard with our distributors and other partners to prove that point.
And finally, you mentioned beginning 2 new projects. Are you financed to bring on 2 new projects?
These are financed. The last one I talked about there is budgeted into the process of the CE mark. So that is sort of a commitment we have already made. The new thing with the CGRP failure study, as it could be called, it's not a very costly thing to do. It's relatively quick. So that will take on the current budget and the current plan. So yeah, it is financed.
Well, great. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're happy to welcome Alzinova and CEO Christina Torfgård. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you very much. So, here we have the forward-looking statements. I will start to say, imagine it was a vaccine against Alzheimer's disease. That's what get me really passionate about this and dedicated to deliver an effective treatment against Alzheimer's disease. So Alzinova is developing the first oligomer-specific vaccine. And we are the only one in the world doing this. Alzinova is a Swedish biopharma company that is based in Gothenburg, and the research comes from Gothenburg University. We have a focus on the Alzheimer's disease, where it's a huge unmet medical need. We have an innovative science and propriety that we are very proud of, and that enabled us to develop disease-modifying treatments. We are listed on First North, had a market cap around 40 million SEK, and in March we had cash about 27 million SEK, and we are right about to start a right issue that I will also talk a little bit about. So, Alzheimer's disease is a progressive debilitating disease with a huge unmet medical need. I'm sure that many of you might know someone or have known someone that had Alzheimer's disease, and it's a terrible disease. It affects the person. The person gets a bad memory, affected behavior, and then eventually the patient will die in this terrible disease. It's a very common disease, one of the most common diseases in the world, and today it's about 55 million that have dementia, where Alzheimer's disease is the most common of these. This is a disease that impacts not only the patient, it impacts also the family and relatives. So it's a huge social impact and has a health economic burden. So annually, the dementia costs about $1.3 trillion US dollar, and that's a lot. And that's why we would like to make a difference here and develop a disease-modifying treatment. Today, there are no disease-modifying treatment available and no really effective treatment at all. Today, patients are treated with symptom treatment that are affecting the symptoms. And we can see here that those symptom treatment, they are today have a market around $6 billion US dollar. But we know also that if we can develop an effective treatment, a disease-modifying treatment, the market would be worth about $13 billion US dollar in 2028. And there is enormous market potential here. And already now it's clear that in 2026, it's predicted that 2 out of 7 drugs will be blockbusters in this anti-Alzheimer's disease drugs. So there is a market growth that is going to be driven by introducing those disease-modifying treatments. So on this slide, I will show you a little bit about why we believe that we can be best in class and also why we have a very strong position. So on this slide, we see on the left side here, that's the first monoclonal antibodies and vaccines that were developed, and they were very non-specific. So they targeted both amyloid beta 40 and 42, which is spread all over the body. And these compounds, these drug candidates, they couldn't show any clinical benefit at all, but a number of side effects. The next generation, which is more selective, they are working against the aggregated force of amyloid beta in the brain. And as you can see here, they are affecting both the toxic form and the that are called oligomers, and also the insoluble fibrils that are not that benign, or they are benign, I would say, called fibrils. And they are currently in development. One is already registered, which is aducanumab, and they have shown signs of clinical benefits. However, they show some side effects also. However, you can clearly see here that here is drug candidates that are targeting really what's behind the cause of the disease, and that's the oligomeric forms of amyloid beta, and that's our drug. So that's why we believe that we can have best-in-class potential. I will talk a little bit more about our technology, and to take that, I would like also to start with what is believed to be the cause of the disease. And today it's an agreement about that it's amyloid beta, which is a peptide, part of a protein that starts to clump together. So it's the amyloid beta 42 that is the sort of the nasty one here. And it starts to aggregate, and then it forms which is very typical for Alzheimer's disease. This is a sort of a benign sort of aggregation. There is another form when they start to lump together here that is called oligomers, and these are very toxic, as you can see, and these destroy the brain cells and the brain in patients. And this is something that starts long before patients get their symptoms. So our technology, we can really target what is behind the disease and causing the disease, the oligomers here. So we are developing 2 different oligomer-specific products, and with a highly specified disease-modifying therapeutics, we think that we can target these oligomers that are causing the disease, and this gives also the opportunity to really become an effective treatment that is well tolerated, and that can stop and also maybe prevent Alzheimer's disease in the future. And as I said, we have the best-in-class potential here. So these are the 2 candidates that we are currently developing at Alzinova. So on the left side here, you can see the therapeutic vaccine. And there are a number of advantages with a vaccine. A vaccine, you will get it muscular, and the body will generate its own antibodies. That's convenient, and it will also be a long-acting treatment. You will get this a couple of shots, and then you can go to the primary care and get your booster doses, likely every 3rd or every 6 months. And that should be compared to the current treatments that are in development, which is infusion that you need to take in the hospital, and you need to go there probably every 2nd week. This is also very convenient for patients when you go to the primary care and get your dose. And this makes it probably possible then to make a disease-modifying treatment that can be preventive and that can be used for a larger patient population. On the right side here, we have our monoclonal antibody that we are currently also developing. And the advantage with the monoclonal antibody here is that you can really know exactly how much antibody you get into the body. If you compare this antibody with the current antibodies developed and other amyloid beta antibodies, this can be given in much lower doses, as this is so specifically targeting the oligomers. So this is Alzinova's product pipeline, and here we can offer complementary ways of treating Alzheimer's disease. We have both therapeutic vaccine, 101, that we have currently in clinical phase, performing a study in patients. And then we have the monoclonal antibody that we are developing in preclinical and going to be ready for phase 1 studies later on. And we also are exploring new innovative discovery projects with this new technology that we have. So for the therapeutic vaccine AL101, we do have very strong data supporting taking this candidate into clinical development, where we already are, but also into next step, phase 2. So we have a comprehensive preclinical package where we have run both non-toxicology, non-clinical safety and toxicology studies in 2 different animals, and it's very safe and tolerated. We have performed efficacy studies to show that there is a good response here in different animal models, or Alzheimer models, I should say. We also have a robust and validated process for manufacturing the peptide, which is great to have now when we are in clinical. So I will just briefly go through the clinical study that we have ongoing. So this is a clinical study, the first in human that we are performing together with Clinical Research Service Turku. This is a unit in Finland. They are very experienced in this field, so they have run similar studies in the past. So this study will include 26 patients with an early Alzheimer's disease, and these patients will be randomized, so they will be divided in 3 different groups. One group with a low dose and one group with a high dose of the vaccine, and then a control group. During a 20-week period, they will get 4 doses, and then we will follow them for 48 weeks. So the primary endpoint or the purpose with this study is really to show that it's safe and well tolerated. But we are also going to look into the immune response and see how much antibodies is generated by the different doses. And then we're also going to do a number of exploratory analyses and look into biomarkers. You're probably aware of that currently there is a lot of research around biomarkers, so you can in the future go to probably to your healthcare system, to the primary care, and get an analysis, and there already see if you have Alzheimer's disease. And we are working together with a famous group in Gothenburg at the neurochemistry lab, Henrik Zetterberg and Kam Blenov. So we are going to analyze these data together with them. And we also have cognition tests in this study, of course. Just a few words about our unique antibody. So the 201 is a monoclonal antibody that is very different compared to other known antibodies, as it's binding in very differently. And that makes it better, more specific. We can have lower doses. And most likely we will have a better effect and less side effects. And we can see this antibody be developed as a standalone disease-modifying treatment, but we can also see it in a combination and complement to the vaccine 101 in patients that need a little bit higher doses of antibody, these patients that have depleted immune system. We can also see in the long run that it might be good combination with other plaque-targeting monoclonal antibodies, those that are developed right now. So where are we right now? With our 2 compounds. We focus on 3 different areas. It's the recruitment of the phase 1b study that is most important for us right now. We are also preparing for phase 2. So patients in the phase 1b study will be offered to continue in a long-term study, so we are planning for that. We are also optimizing the manufacturing process and are going to manufacture both the substance, the technical material for phase 2. We are also preparing and doing preclinical efficacy studies to show differentiation versus other in the field. And then, of course, as always, it's so important that we work specifically on the IP and the patent situation there, so we can strengthen and broaden the patents. For the monoclonal antibody, we have just started a cell line development now that we're going to have a stable manufacturing process there for a larger scale, and then we are going to start also preclinical activities, formulation development and IP. So very briefly about our business model. It's to develop, document, prepare and partner. So we use our unique technology and develop disease-modifying treatments and candidates there. Take those candidates and bring them into clinic and document safety and tolerability in patients there, in Alzheimer's patients. And then in parallel, we are preparing the candidates so they are going to be ready for phase 2 at the time when we get the data from the phase 1b study. And we know that this is a very attractive way of developing these candidates because the partner, Big Pharma, will be very easily pick up and they can bring the compound further into phase 2. So this is my experience management team. You can see we have the founder of the company, Anders Sandberg, who has been along with the company all the time, and then we have a number of really key and good experienced management team here. So in total we have 170 years of experience, which is great for a small company. So we have a number of collaborations that you can see on this slide here with partners, and we also have collaborations with the university also in different countries. So I would like to summarize that our portfolio that really offers a potential breakthrough in Alzheimer's disease, where it's a huge unmet medical need. So that we have delivered the first goal, which was to start the first clinical trial on an oligomer-specific therapeutic vaccine. Next goal, the midterm goal, is to have the therapeutic vaccine 101 ready for phase 2. And that's going to happen second half of 2023. It's for the monoclonal antibody to prepare to get into clinical phase. We haven't decided or communicated when that's going to happen. But long term, it's so important to provide and develop an effective treatment that really halt, stop and prevent Alzheimer's disease, and that can make a difference for all these patients that are suffering. So right now we have an ongoing rights issue where we are going to finance the development of 101 and 201. And this is the timetable for the right issue. So we just on the 25th we have the record date for obtaining the units rights from the 30th till the 8th, which is right now. Then we are trading units on the First North growth market, and we have an ongoing subscription period now to the 13th of June. And on the 15th we hope to be able to communicate about the outcome of the right issue. So by that I would like to thank you for listening, and I hope you are interested in Alzinova and see that this could really make a difference for patients. So I hope that you would like to invest in this company and to see this is a good way of fighting against Alzheimer's disease.
Thank you, Kristina. Like you mentioned, there are of course lots of competitors out there, but I was wondering if you could just briefly, in terms of clinical profile, describe how your technology differs from your competitors.
Yes, so there are a number of competitors, or I would not say competitors really, because I think they are paving the way for us. So the amyloid beta concept, they have shown and proven that they can do a difference here. They have a clinical effect, even though that they have some side effects. And if we have taken this a step further, so we are building on the amyloid beta concept here, but we have developed a unique technology that the candidates, they are targeting what is really the toxic form of the amyloid beta, and they are called oligomers. So that's really the difference here.
I was also wondering in terms of when you would start these kind of treatments, or when you would start the vaccine, are you looking at patients who are then already diagnosed, or could you start with people who are risk group somehow before they even get diagnosed?
Yeah, as it's today, we are targeting the mild Alzheimer's disease patients, and that's what the regulators are requesting. But I can see in the future that the biomarkers, they are under development, and hopefully you can already in primary care diagnose on biomarkers, and then I can see that a vaccine would really be very useful to start early on in these patients.
Well, thank you so much, Kristina, for your presentation.
Thank you for having me here.
Next up is Spago Nanomedical with CEO Mats Hansen. Welcome, Mats.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome to this presentation of Spago Nanomedical, a Swedish public clinical stage nanomedical company developing precision diagnostics and medicine for life-threatening and disabling diseases. My name is Mats Hansen, and today I'm going to walk you through our technology, the evidence that our platform works, our pipeline projects, and a few words about the market they represent, and finally where we are currently at and where we are heading. So, to start with, we have developed a platform material for precision medicine that can be used for both diagnostics and therapeutics. The material is based on targeting to tumors based on the physiological mechanism enhanced permeability and retention, which develops as a growing tumor surrounds itself with capillaries for nutritional supply. Using this mechanism for physiological targeting of functional nanoparticles opens up for precision diagnostics and medicine based on optimized nanoparticles that accumulate selectively in tumors. And does this work? Yes, it does. We have now recently proved with interim clinical results that our platform material do actually selectively accumulate in human solid tumors. In this case, it's breast cancer tumors from the ongoing clinical trial with our MRI selective contrast agent, SpagoPix. And we have seen consistent and very good contrast enhancement in all solid tumors that has been studied in patients. So we're very happy to see that the preclinical results that we have had from before with SpagoPix now translates very nicely into human use. This opens up not only for diagnostic purposes, but also for therapeutic purposes with our other project, TumorAd, which you can see in the middle here, represented with SPECT imaging of a mouse with a solid tumor in the flank. We see good and appropriate accumulation of our material. So we now have come to a stage with our projects and with our platform where we are very, very confident. Actually, I've never been this confident in the technology platform that it works for human use. We've also seen that the material is very safe to give to patients. So with this in mind, we are now very much focusing on taking the platform forward for therapeutic use. And now I'm going to talk about TumorAd, our radionuclide therapy project for cancer treatment. The concept is quite simple, actually. We have developed optimized nanoparticles consisting of three parts. There is a polymeric core which binds elements of certain types very, very tightly. In this case, we are using the isotope lutetium-177, a clinically proved isotope that's already being used today for cancer treatment. On top of this, we have a surface layer which is giving the particles the right properties when it comes to circulation and targeting of the tumors. So three parts, and the clinical concept is also quite straightforward. We supply our particles in one tube and the isotope is provided in another tube. Those two are mixed together at the hospital or centrally and then shipped to the hospital and given to the patient intravenously. The particle then circulates in the body and accumulates physiologically in the tumors where they irradiate them and hopefully brings a good treatment effect. So looking at the pipeline of radionuclide therapies, systemic radionuclide therapies, that is, we can see that if we divide the field in 2 dimensions based on radiation type and targeting type, there is a bunch of products and pipeline projects using beta radiations like lutetium-177 and biological targeting by means of peptides or antibodies. The most recent examples are Lutathera and Pluvicto by Novartis that was approved recently for neuroendocrine tumors and prostate cancer use, respectively. This is a growing field. One can say that there is a new generation of radionuclides coming since, the past decade or so. It's been known for a long time that radioactivity is a very good means of treating cancer, but now we're seeing new products coming at a much faster pace than was seen before. There are a few using alpha radiation and biological targeting, but our product, LU-177SN201, is quite alone and quite unique in the sense that it uses beta radiation and this physiological targeting mechanism that I spoke about before. So we see that there is certainly a need, and the main advantage, of course, of physiological targeting is that we can target several different types of tumors. We are not locked up to a certain tumor type based on antibody binding or peptide binding. So the differentiation point with Tumorad is that we have selectivity for malignant lesions, and in fact, the EPR effect that opens for our physiological targeting is more pronounced in aggressively growing tumors and metastasis, and is known to be present already at when a tumor or metastasis is around 1 to 2 millimeters in size. So we're able to target those as well. Using radioactivity is a proven treatment concept. Lutetium is a clinically effective isotope, as can be seen from the products that are already on the market. And in our case, working with functional nanoparticles makes us independent of drug delivery, which is otherwise quite historically standard in nanomedicine, i.e. the particles you're using is supposed to deliver a chemotherapeutic load or something like that. That's not the case with our particles. The concept is also optimized for patient selection, because using radioactivity gives an inherent possibility to use companion diagnostic by imaging. So lutetium can be used on its own, for instance, for SPECT imaging, which gives us an advantage that we early on can follow the drug through the body and see where it ends up, and it gives very nice biodistribution data to actually control that the dose we are giving ends up in the tumors. Radioactivity is known to be very suitable for combination therapy. Radioactivity can open up the tumors for other treatment types. So combination concepts are very, very interesting to explore with Tumorad going forward as well. And we are actually doing preclinical studies right now, including combination arms in ovarian cancer. The logistics with radioactive drugs should not be underestimated, and we have started early on to work on the concept and to make sure that we have adequate providers, making it possible to use either central labeling, central distribution of radioactive drug, or making it possible to do local labeling at the hospital pharmacies with our particles and the isotope. So if we look to the market possibility and medical need, we can see that there is a number of tumor types that are known to express the EPR effect in human body. And you can see there is a range of tumors from large to small. We're in particular interested right now in ovarian cancer because it brings an opportunity to go for an orphan drug designation and potentially accelerated clinical development route. And looking into ovarian cancer, it is actually, being a small indication, still the valuation is very attractive for Tumorad in indication. So if we look at the valuation right now, which is around 43 million euros, and this is before we enter clinical trials, we can see that going forward it rapidly increases, and finally the target, total addressable market is quite substantial. And again, this is only one orphan indication, and Tumorad, as we said, can or have the potential to be used in other larger indications as well. So I'm going to switch to SpagoPix, our diagnostic project. It's based on the same type of particles. They are a bit smaller in this case because we want a different type of circulation pattern or pharmacokinetics with these particles. They are built around the three elements, just as before: a polymeric core, a surface layer that makes them immunologically inert. And in this case, we are using manganese as the element that gives a very good contrast in MRI. And again, very simple clinical concept. Manganese is paramagnetic, and it's known for a long time giving a very good signal in MRI imaging. The functional nanoparticles are optimized for targeting and retention in tumors, and we have shown that it works. We have shown in breast cancer patients that we get very good contrast enhancement, which is a measure actually of accumulation, selective accumulation of particles in the tumors. And that we get very good contrast also in the liver, which was quite expected, but more interestingly in the pancreas, which we're going to come back to as well. So this opens up for use both in breast cancer and also other cancer indications. Again, we have selectivity for malignant lesions, which gives the opportunity to reduce false positives, which is now a big problem in MRI for cancer diagnostics. We can reduce the scanning time because we have a long circulation of the particles, which gives the opportunity to actually administer the patient outside the MRI room. And it provides for flexible imaging, since we know that we have good contrast for several hours compared to the contrast agents that are used today, which leaves the body within, let's say, 10 minutes or so. We're also using manganese, which is a big difference from the gadolinium-based agents that are used today and that are totally dominating the market. And manganese, in contrast to gadolinium, is an essential element that is supposed to be in the body, which gadolinium is not. So the ongoing trial confirms the mechanism and safety of our concept in human breast tumors, and also, as I mentioned, interestingly enough, in the pancreas. So what we did now was open the ongoing trial to patients with known pancreatic cancer as well, to see if we can provide broadened scope already at this very early stage of clinical development. But the most important point is that we now have clinical proof of concept for our platform technologies, which opens up not only for diagnostics but also for therapeutics. So to summarize, I'm extremely happy to be here today, and as I said before, I've never been this confident in our platform technology. We are now rapidly progressing Tumorad to clinical development stage, which means we are aiming to start the first clinical phase 1/2 trial by the end of this year. And as I said, we are going for an orphan indication in the phase 2 part of this trial, and potentially other indications as well in the form of a basket trial. We're also actively evaluating partnering opportunities for SpagoPix, and that's a process that's ongoing, and we hope to be able to come back to that as well. And in the sense of that, we are also broadening the scope for SpagoPix in different tumors. So with that, I leave you with this image, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Will ovarian cancer be the main focus in the clinical development of Tumorad?
Well, the first part will be a phase 1 dose escalation trial with imaging to see that we get the actual activation in the right places in the body. And then the second part, the phase 2 part, gives us the opportunity to have different indications, where ovarian is certainly one of those that are the most interesting. So yes, it will be one of the focuses.
You mentioned orphan drug designation in ovarian cancer. What benefits can this bring for Spago?
Well, first of all, it gives publicity, it gives a possibility to get early assistance from the regulators, particularly in the US, where we can seek orphan drug status already based on preclinical data. So it gives an kind of an early interaction with the regulators over there. And then of course we have the opportunity to do accelerated development if we get good efficacy signs already in the first trial. But potentially it's enough with one pivotal trial after that. So yes, it's certainly interesting for us.
And what needs to be done before you can obtain orphan drug designation?
Well, for orphan status in the US, we need positive preclinical data, and we have a quite ambitious program ongoing right now in an ovarian cancer model, where we are testing Tumorad as a monotherapy, but also in combinations with standard treatments in that indications, for instance. So based on positive outcome of that, we intend to file an orphan drug application later this year.
Thank you for joining us today in the studio.
Thank you very much.
And now we're happy to welcome Cereno Scientific and CEO Sten Ersansson. Welcome, Sten.
Thank you. So I'm pleased to be here and to present to you the exciting development that we have with Cereno Scientific over the last period. So Cereno Scientific develops novel drugs to transform treatment for PH and other cardiovascular diseases. And we are working with the vision to uncouple the epigenetic modulation through HDAC inhibition for cardiovascular disease. We have three programs in development: CS1 in phase 2 in PH, performed in the US in the clinical study. And then we have two preclinical programs, CS585, a preclinical prostacyclin receptor agonist, and we have CS014, which is a preclinical HDAC inhibitor, a novel HDAC inhibitor. We have a global presence, headquarters in Gothenburg, US subsidiary Cereno Inc. in Boston, and quite a large research going on in the US with the phase 2 study and two preclinical programs in collaboration with the University of Michigan. What we're doing has attracted top leaders in the field to our scientific advisory board. Dr. Bertram Pitt has pursued a survival trial with the mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist on my initiative in the 90s, and Dr. Fayez Sanad was part of that study, but also a survival trial in heart failure with beta blockers when I was at AstraZeneca. And those two trials changed the paradigm for treatment in heart failure with these two agents, and they're used in 95% plus of the patients today. In addition, we have two members from Harvard Medical School, and we have Dr. Gunnar Olsson, the former head of clinical research for cardiovascular at AstraZeneca, and the latest addition, Dr. Raymond Benza, top leader in the PH field in the world. So the three programs, CS1 in phase 2 for PH, top-line data targeted for the end of this year. And then we have the two preclinical programs with a target to have an IND submitted by mid next year and go into phase 1 for each of these two programs. So by next fall, we would have three programs in the clinic in cardiovascular disease. Let's go to our first program, CS1, the HDAC inhibitor for PH. PH is a very severe disease that leads to shortness of breath and eventually a too short life. And it is impacted by morphology changes in the lungs and a buildup of pressure. And eventually the right heart fails and you die unless you get a lung heart transplantation, which very few gets. So there is a massive need for new drugs that can improve the treatment and also life expectancy for these patients. The market is fairly large, approaching $10 billion, but there is a very large unmet need. All of the drugs that are used today and approved by the FDA are vasodilators. And there are quite some side effects with these, and they're also difficult to take. But the main thing with these drugs is that they lower pressure through the vasodilatation. And the market is looking for something more than that. The same way the heart failure market was looking for new agents back in the 90s and early 2000s. So there is a large unmet need for therapies that can treat the underlying pathophysiology here and have an impact on disease progression and maybe reverse it. Also safer and more tolerable treatments, and the administration would be better. Some of these drugs are taken 8 times through inhalation. Here's where CS1 and HDAC inhibition comes in. So it might be game-changing for these patients, and that is due to the way HDAC inhibitors act. And epigenetic modulation, you don't change DNA, you just change the expression of proteins that are mapped in the DNA code. And by doing so, you can help patients with cardiovascular disease. And this is the vision that Dr. Sverker Järn had when he founded the company. The scientific advisory board, when they were brought together, immediately pointed to us that this is a much larger concept than we originally thought. And they pulled together an article that was published last year in The Lancet, which is one of the most prestigious peer-reviewed journals in the scientific field. And this article points out to all the positive documentation that's there in the preclinical and clinical stage. And so there's a lot of things that can be done with HDAC inhibition if it's pursued by the pharma industry and biotech industry. Since that evaluation, publication, and prior to that, we did a strategic review and focused on pulmonary arterial hypertension, the orphan disease, as our first indication. But there are a number of other indications that we can pursue. So it's like a platform for research for cardiovascular disease. The first vision that Professor Sverker has, and our first focus, was actually prevention of thrombosis. And the upgrade of TPA, a fibrinolytic substance, in risk patients to prevent thrombosis. So the body has its own fibrinolytic system that's released over a clot before it becomes occlusive. And in risk patients, TPA is in too small concentrations in the endothelial cell walls. By giving our compound to these patients, we would upgrade the synthesis, storage, and release capacity so the patients would be better prevented by its own defense system. We have documented that we can do that in preclinical studies, but also impact TPA in man in experimental studies. We have also documented that the main blocker of TPA in the body, pi, can be reduced significantly in the morning hours when it's dangerous for these patients. But we have moved on to pH as our key indication. And why is this field hot? I mentioned before that there is a very large unmet need, and it's benchmarked by this deal in November when Merck bought Acceleron for $11.5 billion. And the reason they bought Acceleron was that they have a drug for pH that might be disease modifying, and they're positioning it as a reverse modifying agent. That's exactly the field that we are with our HDAC inhibitors and CS1 in phase 2. And if you look at this slide, we have compared sotatercept, which was the drug that Merck bought in November, and the capacity that that drug has shown in preclinical data. And as you can see, it's position that it has an orphan drug designation, so do we have potential disease modifying? Pulmonary pressure reduction is a given. Reverse remodeling, they claim, and antifibrotic, anti-inflammatory. And so do we through our studies in the preclinic. In addition, CS1 and our substance have proven antithrombotic capacity, which is a manifestation that PH patients suffer at the end of their disease. Go into the detail of this quite complicated study. It's more to showcase that these are 4 studies in proof of concept studies in rat in pulmonary arterial hypertension, 2 with our substance, VPA, and 2 with sotatercept. And they basically show similar kind of data when you compare them. So they both reduce pulmonary pressure, they both have reverse remodeling, they are both antithrombotic, they are both anti-inflammatory, but only CS1 is antithrombotic. The difference between these 2 drugs is mainly that we are an HDAC inhibitor with CS1 and sotatercept is a TGF-beta ligand trap molecule. So they have 2 different mode of actions, but it looks very similar in the preclinical work. Now sotatercept is in phase 3 and we are in phase 2 with our CS1 compound. If you look at the drugs on the market today, as I mentioned, they are vasodilators, and that's how FDA has approved them. They are basically have the efficacy of lowering the pressure, and you improve the 6-minute walk test, so the working capacity of the heart and the lungs. And you can see here HDAC inhibitor, which we have, is not yet on the market, and the drugs below are in development. And the first one you see there is sotatercept. And as you can see here, we have tried to qualify the efficacy parameters that the different drugs have. And all above HDAC inhibition are vasodilators, and the new drugs are targeting reverse remodeling to have an impact on disease modification. And so do we. And we believe that we are maybe the best drug here, similar to sotatercept, but a different mode of action. And we are the only drug that has antithrombotic capacity. So these 4 or 5 capacities that we have identified with HDAC inhibition: pulmonary pressure reduction, reverse remodeling, antifibrotic, anti-inflammatory, and antithrombotic, fits like a hand in a glove for this disease. But it also, these various efficacy parameters could have a distinct impact on disease progression in many cardiovascular diseases. We are pursuing PA first. Now let's turn our focus to another proof of concept that we have documented that actually impacts disease progression. This is genetically disposed mice for connective tissue development, so fibrosis in the vessels and in the heart. And you might know that atrial fibrillation is the main cause of stroke, so blood clots in the brain. In man, and that's how all the anticoagulants and antiplatelets are used. And in a way, this model is mimicking that development. So atrial fibrillation is caused by connective tissue development in the heart in man, and then that leads to stroke in the brain. These mice develop connective tissue in their vessels and in their heart. They develop atrial fibrillation and then a thrombosis in the heart in the model. And if you use our substance, VPA, compared to control, you see that there is less connective tissue development, later onset of atrial fibrillation, and less thrombosis. So this, in a way, shows impact on disease progression by our active substance, VPA, in a stroke model or a thrombosis model caused by atrial fibrillation. Very interesting data. This is a proof of concept study where we show that if you have treated mice 96 hours before you hurt the mesenteric veins, so you get a small bleeding and then a clot formation, these mice are better off, so they get less thrombosis if they are pre-treated with our HDAC inhibitor, because they have then the TPA to dissolve the clot before it becomes occlusive. Very interesting data published in 2017. So there is a number of very intriguing preclinical data on HDAC inhibition in cardiovascular disease. We have brought VPA into a unique formulation to fit for drug use in cardiovascular disease, and this phase 1 trial showed a significant reduction of PI in the morning hours, which is very important as PI blocks TPA, your fibrinolytic substance. We didn't see any bleeds of the treatment, of course, and we had the targeted pharmacokinetics that we were after. So we have brought CS1 into a phase 2 trial, and as you can see from this quote from our principal investigator and the key opinion leader, Dr. Raymond Benza, this could be game-changing for these patients. We might be able to not only lower the pressure, increase the work capacity, but also have a reverse modeling capacity. Now, another very interesting fact here is that we have been able to negotiate a collaboration with Abbott. Abbott has a cutting-edge technology to measure blood pressure in the lungs that's implantable. So we are collaborating with Abbott in our phase 2 trial in PH in the US, where the implantable device is put into the patients to measure the pressure continuously, and we want it measured. This is the first time in Abbott's history of 120 years that they ever done this kind of collaboration, so that makes us both proud and excited. The study in PH is in 10 centers, 30 patients, and after an implantation of the CardioMEMS technology, 6 weeks balancing, and then randomization out to 3 dosage strengths with CS1. And then to 12 weeks, and we measure a number of parameters. The most important here is safety and tolerance, but we measure all the standard parameters for efficacy that's measured normally in pH, and then some. So for instance, we have as secondary objectives to include a change from baseline on data from CardioMEMS, echocardiography, and MRI. And these will be evaluated blinded at the certified core centers. And you can see the various morphology and functional parameters that we are measuring with these various techniques. Let's focus on our preclinical pipeline. So we have 2 programs, and they are halfway past our 2-year program that we have agreed to run at the University of Michigan in a collaboration program. And we just nominated a CD nomination for both these compounds, the CS585, the prostacyclin agonist, and CS014, which is a novel HDAC inhibitor. We're quite excited about these programs. We aim to bring the prostacyclin agonist for an IND submission by next summer. This compound we have signed an option, first option to acquire in a licensing agreement with University of Michigan for global development and commercialization if we choose to do so after the 2-year program is over. And so far it looks very good. Then we have the HDAC inhibitor. That drug was acquired from Emeriti Bio in 2019, and we just CD nominated that for IND submission by next year, and we will bring that into clinical phase 1 by the fall next year if successfully pursued. Very interestingly, we have released data from our 2 preclinical programs. The first one is the European Hematology Association, EHA. CS585 is a first-in-class compound targeting the IP receptor for prevention of thrombosis without increased risk of bleeding. And at the ESC, CS014 is a novel HDAC inhibitor regulating platelet activity for fibrinolysis and clot stability for prevention of thrombosis without increased risk of bleeding. And then our study in phase 2 has been accepted at PVRI. So by that I will conclude that we're off to a good start in 2022. We have solidified our IP position, we have strengthened our executive management team, and we have nominated our 2 preclinical programs, and they both got accepted at major congresses with new, very exciting data. We're waiting for our first patient to be enrolled in our phase 2 trial, and we have a financing event coming up and a warrant series in September, and then top-line data by the end of the year. By that, I conclude the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Sten. Like you mentioned here, you now have 3 programs in development. What does this mean for the demand on your internal resources? I'm thinking both in terms of staff and in terms of your finances.
It is. We are very, very busy at the moment, and we have recruited a new head of preclinical development, and earlier this year we recruited a head of clinical development. So we are strengthening our staff, and we have in our quarterly report that was released, we had 77 million in the bank from the last successful financing, the warrant package T01 in September last year, which was prescribed to 97%. We have another financial events, the TO2 package, warrant package in September. And if that's fully prescribed, we'll get another 114 million gross into the company. So we feel we're pretty well financed at the moment, and that the next financing will take us way into our phase 1 programs. So we're fine.
So just to finish off, you mentioned here you're participating in several conferences. Do you have a set goal with your participation?
Yeah, so of course we are here presenting us, and so we have a responsibility to be transparent and communicative to our shareholders, current and new ones perhaps. So we do that very actively, I think. And then we also now, when we are getting more substance and can be more communicative, around our preclinical programs. In addition to our clinical programs, we are submitting that data, and as you saw, it's been accepted. Very interesting data. And that creates some attention around in both the investing and the partnering world. So big pharma industry, I'm sure they're looking out for what Cereno is doing at the moment.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation, Sten.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Now I'm happy to welcome Martin Videus, CEO at Redwood Pharma. Welcome, Martin.
This year is a year of renewal and alignment for Redwood Pharma. Our mission continues to be the development of pharmaceuticals and over-the-counter therapies in ophthalmology where there are unmet medical needs. Our current focus is to bring RP501, our OTC dry eye treatment, to market in Europe. And we have a clinical trial underway currently in Europe to support a CE mark application. Additional toxicology work is ongoing basically to support the submission for CE marking. In January of this year, we had a scientific advisory meeting with the US FDA, a very positive meeting where they approved or accepted our phase 3 design, and we are evaluating our strategic options with RP101, our moderate to severe dry eye therapy targeted to postmenopausal women. And we continue to scout for new ophthalmology programs that can leverage the IntelliGel platform where we can build on synergies with release and building and extending our portfolio. So I'd like to just reinforce the business case and the investment case for Redwood Pharma. Today, the global pharmaceutical industry continues strong growth. We see both in pharmaceuticals and medical devices that the industries remain strong, demand remains strong. The graph on the right shows you the growth in revenues over the last 2 decades for pharmaceuticals, which gives us a very good indicator of the demand in the marketplace. And R&D spending has also increased in the last 10 years, I should say, from 127 billion in 2012 to 200 billion in 2020. So this really strengthens the idea that pharmaceutical companies and society in general are interested in new products. If we take a deeper dive into the ophthalmology market, we see also that there's a very steady growth. The market was valued at roughly $36 billion globally in 2020, and a rising prevalence in eye disorders are expected to boost the market growth over the coming years through 2028. And the largest the largest therapies within ophthalmology are in dry eye, age-related macular degeneration, glaucoma, and so we see that it's very positive in the marketplace, this interest for drugs within eye care. Our focus at Redwood Pharma currently with our 2 programs is within the dry eye disease area. For those of you who don't know much about it, there are over 50 million people who suffer from dry eye disease in both the US and EU. And there are an estimated 55% of the dry eye sufferers who consult eye specialists. It's the #1 reason why people go in and see an eye specialist. And typically they start with first-line therapies of artificial tears. And on the graph on the left, you see that first-line therapies are expected to grow from 2019 from 2.3 billion to 2.9 billion in 2030. And we see also growth in the other lines of therapy, and most interestingly enough, in the segment of anti-inflammatories. Dry eye is a multifactorial disease, that there are many different causes of it, and there's not one silver bullet to solve dry eye. So more effective and convenient treatments are needed. Today, as I said, first-line therapies of artificial tears are most common, where about 80% of all sufferers try it. When artificial tears are insufficient, they move towards other stronger active ingredients and go to second-line and third-line therapies in succession. So after first-line therapy, many sufferers turn towards dexamethasone and even cyclosporin as a third-line therapy. And these two products have their disadvantages with side effects, in that one of them, the cyclosporin, tinkers with the immune system. So today, most products that are out on the marketplace are actually trying to treat the entire panoply of dry eye sufferers. And unfortunately, those aren't going to be effective in the long run. And we believe at Redwood Pharma that more targeted therapies are needed. So let me take the opportunity of presenting the company. As I said, Redwood Pharma develops ophthalmic drugs where there are large unmet medical needs. The RP101 program is based on estrogen, an active biological pharmaceutical for the treatment of moderate to severe dry eye in postmenopausal women. Then we have RP501, which aims to treat a mild to moderate sufferers in a wider patient population, and we are looking to treat both men and women using the IntelliGel platform, which is the underlying foundation of RP501. We have an exclusive license for the use of IntelliGel in applications in ophthalmology, and we look to expand our portfolio using this base drug delivery system. So now a little bit about RP501. We believe that'll be a better first-line treatment for dry eye disease. It demonstrated efficacy and safety in a phase 2 trial for RP101, where we could reduce symptoms and objective measures with 1 or 2 installations a day. So based on IntelliGel, it allows the substance to behave like water at room temperature, but when it is placed on the front of the eye, the heat of the eye causes it to become more viscous and thus stay on the eye longer and have high wetting of the eye. So we are able to increase the residence time of RP501. And we believe that we can reduce the number of installations per day with this product that will be on the eye longer. We believe that it also will be able to help an aging population to reduce symptoms as we're using more computers and mobile phones and causing dry eye symptoms. This is an increased screen time that we're all familiar with. And we believe that RP501 has the potential of providing relief to both men and women of all ages. So our focus today is in the company is really primarily to bring RP501 to market. As I said earlier, it behaves like artificial tears at room temperature, but it actually becomes more viscous when it's applied to the front of the eye. It actually takes advantage of the 2 categories of therapies that are out there. You have artificial tears that are effective in the short run, but are eliminated from the eye by blinking. Then you have gels that have come as a next generation that have good efficacy, but are a little bit more difficult in terms of applying to the eye. RP501, I should say, becomes the next generation, where we take benefits of both of those categories and build a drug that, an over-the-counter therapy that will be uniquely positioned out in the marketplace. So with a market study that we've performed, we see that we're solving the primary objectives or the needs of customers. That is efficacy and convenience. And today we're underway with a clinical trial to show safety, tolerability, and efficacy in 60 men and women with and without contact lenses. And our idea now is to generate results in the first half of 2023 that will serve as the basis for an application for a CE mark next year. So our short-term goal is to seek CE mark approval in the EU to commercialize and launch the product in the EU. And our intermediate goal is to build an engine of revenue growth through sales and licensing partnerships to develop a branded product that either can be used by ourselves or by other partners in regions that they have commercialized strengths. Now I'd like to just give you an overview of RP101, our novel treatment for moderate to severe dry eye. It is a low-dose estrogen-based topical therapy for moderate to severe dry eye in postmenopausal women. And today there aren't any reliable treatments currently for this target patient population. And we believe at Redwood that RP101 will be the first hormone treatment to treat dry eye, as it targets an underlying biological mechanism of the disease rather than just treating the symptoms, where we have proof now that we can actually stimulate tear fluid production, stabilize the tear film, reduce symptoms of dry eye. And we completed a phase 2 trial in Europe, which exhibited safety and efficacy with doses up to twice a day. And these results confirm those of 2 prior phase 2 trials in the US. And we also had success this year with our FDA meeting, where the agency accepted our phase 3 design. And this to us was a significant milestone, as it clearly reduces the clinical risks associated with this program that can go into phase 3. It has, RP101 has blockbuster potential, as that we estimate that roughly 10 million women in the US and EU alone that could use this product. With that, I'd just like to give you an overview of the success that we had in the phase 2 trial. We looked at both objective and subjective endpoints. We had success in showing tear fluid production with the Schirmer test, where we can produce 150% increase over tear production over tear film production over baseline. We showed also significant improvement over the vehicle, which was important. So we saw statistical improvement in a basket of objective measures, including tear breakup time, and all objective parameters showed parallel results in quick onset. And on the symptom side, we saw after 90 days, all symptoms showed improvement, some as early as 14 days. So we believe that RP101 is well positioned to go into phase 3. Just as a note, Entellogel in this trial was used as the placebo control, and there itself also showed safety and efficacy in treating dry eye. So that was the basis of us starting this new program. I'd like to just quickly introduce our leadership team here. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Redwood, I'm very grateful to have an experienced team with Big Pharma in terms of clinical development. We've accomplished a lot within the company, and we continue with our plans to expand our portfolio. And I also want to congratulate and welcome Björn Larsson, who has stepped in as our new chairman of the board, who's taken over from Gunnar Mattsson, held the position for 6 years and did in my opinion, an outstanding job of helping the company grow. Björn comes from Big Pharma and the medtech area with a commercial focus, having worked with AstraZeneca and Novo Nordisk earlier and with other medtech companies. So he will be a key person in helping us move into the area as well of OTC devices. And then, none the least, just to give you an idea of the platform of intellectual property that the company is built on, we have patents in several different areas. The Entellogel platform is supported by patents in all the major geographies in Europe, US, Japan, and in China. We also have applied for our own RP501 patent application for the use of Entellogel in the treatment of dry eye. And RP101 is supported by patents in the US, the largest market for dry eye, for the use of estrogen in the treatment of the disease. So our near-term challenges today are to successfully complete the RP501 clinical trial and to use the output of that trial as a submission for our CE mark application. And this represents for the company as we are now shifting more a little to the commercially to see to that we can develop a branded product and explore new regional partnerships. And lastly, we also are looking for new opportunities within ophthalmology with primary focus on either pharmaceuticals or medical device. So with that, I look forward to report more positive developments in the coming year and want to thank you, Michael and BioStock for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you so much, Martin, for your presentation. Why have you chosen to put more focus on RP501 rather than RP101?
Our reasons are quite simple. We are choosing a product development program that's closer to market, that allows us to come closer to profitability and to create cash flow. We feel that it's a prudent decision, so we are going to continue to look at developing RP101 and evaluate our strategic options. But in parallel, in the meantime, most of our resources, the majority of our resources are going to be put from a regular perspective and clinical perspective to file a CE mark application next year and to launch it soon thereafter.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of which, what's your strategy for making sure your path towards commercialization is as smooth as possible?
Well, it's a very good question. There has been a lot of I should say it's been a dynamic area from a regulatory perspective, where the European area has now updated their regulations in terms of medical devices. So we've changed from what's called MDD regulatory framework to MDR, and this has caused a bit of upheaval among pharmaceutical and over-the-counter companies that are looking to comply now with the new regulations. And it's also had an effect on notified bodies, which are the de facto, the regulatory agencies that grant CE marks. Sure. We believe that we have a very good path forward, a clear path forward. We've engaged regulatory consultants who have connections within these notified bodies to help get these time slots for review at the notified bodies and to ensure that we can do this in an expeditious manner.
Mm-hmm. And finally, you mentioned your strategy for growth in the coming years. Where do you see Redwood Pharma in the next 2 years?
Well, that's also a good question. We are looking at bringing 501 to market, basically to, as I said earlier in the presentation, that we want it to be a of growth in the intermediate term. We would like to also expand our portfolio, either with OTC products or with pharmaceuticals. But I think that will be a nice position, and if we can have 1 or 2 products into the company at that point as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, thanks so much for answering the questions and for your presentation, and we look forward to following Redwood Pharma.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm now happy to welcome Anders Karlsson, CEO at Idogen. Welcome, Anders.
Thank you, Mike. Today, I want to update you on Idogen and our patient-tailored tolerogenic cell therapies for unwanted immune responses. And the agenda for today is to talk briefly about the company as such, moving into cell therapy and unwanted immune responses, the technology and the platform, and then move forward into the company pipeline and development projects, key activities, and then also ending up with a summary and also a discussion afterwards. Idogen is a biotech company located in Lund and founded 2018. We was listed already 2015 at the Spotlight stock market, but in 2020 June we moved to the Nasdaq First North Growth Market. We have a young technology. We sent in our patent application locally in UK in December 2019, when we have updated one of the key components in our cell therapy. That was also furthermore 1 year later also moved into a PCT application, and if approved, that will allow us 20 years of market exclusivity for our technology. We are developing tolerogenic cell therapies, and the first development program in row is IDO8, where we are in a very interesting situation. We are moving into clinic and moving into patient as we speak. We have also a second validation of the technology. We earned in 2017 Horizon 2020 support of 2.9 million euro, which has been a good funding for the development of the IDO8 project. We have, as a technology, orphan drug designation for the indication hemophilia A patient that has developed inhibitors towards their life-saving treatment with factor VIII. Our technology platform has the ability to manage considerable unmet medical needs and are aiming to prevent unwanted immune responses. We have a proprietary platform technology, which is protected as well as the technology as such, that covers also the production process but also the specific indications, hemophilia A, kidney transplantation, and also several autoimmune diseases. We have value driving triggers in front of us. We aim to start now the clinical trial in the second quarter of 2022, but we also in front of us has the target to send in clinical trial application for our second development program, IDO-T, kidney transplantation in end 2023. We have had a very busy year, and in the second half of 2021 we optimized our manufacturing process for IDO-8. We did it successfully, and we was also able to qualify the cell therapy and prepare it for clinical trial at our partner Redwood Medical Center in the fourth quarter 2021. We are prepared for clinical trials. We have agreed with several centers in Europe and have been approached for being partners in the clinical trial. We also sent in the clinical trial application in just before end of year 2021. The first thing we did in 2022 was to send in a clinical trial application in Norway. We did that in January 3rd. And also we performed a rights issue that contributed with 50 million Swedish kronas gross, and also with a connection to a warrant that also can bring additional 42 million Swedish kronas if successfully subscribed. We have got this clinical trial approved in Sweden in March, and we also got the same clinical trial application approved in April in Norway. So we are now very close to start the clinical trial. We have also recruited a new Chief Medical Officer, Han Jing-si, our new regulatory officer, and also a new person as program manager for cell therapy, Martina Johannesson, that starts mid this year. We are now performing detailed planning for the rollout of the clinical study, and we are also very much focused on the development work for the IDOT program. Short introduction to our autologous cell therapy and the technology as such. We are using the dendritic cells in our technology. The dendritic cells plays a key role in the immune response. They have the ability to sort cells and identify whether they are friends or foe. And if they identify something which is perceived as an enemy, they initiate an immune response. And if they identify something that they want to create tolerance for, then they instead downregulate the immune response. If you look in the bottom of this slide, you see regulatory T cells in green. They have a very important role in our technology and have the ability to induce long-term tolerance. And that is what we are trying to do with our technology as such. There are a lot of different cells and molecules that the dendritic cells has to sort. And if you see on this slide, you have virus and bacteria and cancer cells on the left-hand side, things that are perceived as being enemies. And on the right-hand side, you have other cells and molecules that should be tolerated by the system. And as it looks like this, then it is as it should be. But on the other side, if the immune system identify the patient's own tissues and cells, transplants and also pharmaceuticals as enemies, then we have a problem. And this is what we want to treat with our technology. We have the ability to change this unwanted immune activation and instead program the cells to instead normalize the immune response by creating tolerance for the antigen that triggers this response. We have a patient-tailored cell therapy. We are using the patient's own cells. This is named autologous cell therapy, and we harvest the patient's cells at their home hospital. We take the monocytes and we introduce them for the disease-specific antigen, the antigen that triggers the unwanted immune response, and add to that our proprietary tolerance inducer, which is the key component of our cell therapy. Together that forms the tolerogenic dendritic cells, which is the cell therapy that we are then freezing down and also sends back to the patient's own home hospital, and there you treat the patients 1 to 3 times. We took a very important decision in 2019. We decided not to manufacture our own cell therapy, but instead, together with Redwood University Medical Center in the Netherlands, to partner with them and to use their own experience to manufacturing cell therapy based on dendritic cells. They are world leading in this area, and together with them we have been able to develop the tolerogenic cell therapy for our first indication, IDO8, which is now is in GMP scale, and that will then be the site, the manufacturer for our study that now starts in May 2022. If we sum up, unwanted immune response, we have sorted them into 3 different groups, targeting anti-drug antibodies when the immune system attacks biological drugs and hampers their effect. The second is transplant rejection, a patient that needs lifelong treatment with immune suppressive treatment. And the third one, all the autoimmune diseases where the immune system erroneously attacks the patient's own cells and tissues. And this technology platform enables treatment and to turn off this unwanted immune response. We have defined 3 different development programs: IDO8 for hemophilia, IDO-T for transplantation, IDO-AID for autoimmune diseases. And if I start with hemophilia A, these patients has a lack of factor VIII, a clotting factor, and this is genetic deficiency. The normal treatment is to give substitution treatment with factor VIII, which is actually the clotting factor that they are lacking. This is efficient in most patients, but in around 25% of these patients, the immune system identify this treatment as an enemy and initiate an attack by antibodies. Standard treatment today is to give high dose of factor VIII treatment over half a year up to 3 years, and in that case create tolerance for factor VIII. Our solution instead is to use our tolerogenic cell therapy loaded with factor VIII and give that 1 to 2 times instead. And in that case also then create a tolerance for factor VIII and be able to continue with the treatment that the physicians took a decision to use already at starting treat the patient. We have there programmed very well. We was able, as I said before, to send in a clinical trial application in end 2021. Now we are at a situation where we are able to roll out the clinical trial. We have got the application approved, and we will also this year include patient and also to have a challenge of the efficacy of the patients in this study. Transplantation, around 100,000 patients gets transplanted every year. They get also lifelong treatment with immunosuppressive treatment. And here we have a large medical need since these patients also, based on the treatment, can get severe infections, malignancies, but also direct toxicity on the kidney of the treatment. Here we use the patient's own cells, loaded with cells from the donor, and the idea is here to learn the patient to tolerate the organ from the donor by creating tolerance. We learned a lot by developing IDO8. Now we are making adjustment of the cell therapy to fit into the indication transplantation. We have progressed, and we this year making the design. We will also make a pilot proof of concept, and the plan is, as I said earlier, also by end 2023 to send in a clinical trial application for IDO-T and be able to start clinical trial in 2023. Autoimmune diseases, we see this as a good opportunity. There are several different diseases, and here we see this as an opportunity to potentially license out the technology to companies that are well into specific indications and know this very well. Then we can apply our technology on these indications. Key activities 2021 until 2024. This year, starting a clinical trial for IDO8, IDO-T to make the design and move into pilot proof of concept of the technology. Next year, we will finalize the study for IDO8. We will also move into main proof of concept with IDO-T, clinical study synopsis, and send in clinical trial application. For 2024, we will have data for IDO8, and we will also start a clinical trial for IDO-T. Key activities, we are focusing very much on the clinical trial for IDO8 this year. We are selecting sites, and we will also learn a lot while meeting with the key opinion leaders in this area and build a platform for our treatment for the future. We are also doing the preclinical development of IDO-T. We will also be able to publish data from our development program, both the platform but also IDO8. And we will participate in several partner activities in this year, Q1, Q2, but also Q3, Q4 this year. So to summarize, we have a treatment that can manage considerable unmet need. We have a treatment that aiming to prevent unwanted immune responses. We have a proprietary technology platform that covers both the platform, the manufacturing process, but also indication. And we have value drivers ahead, starting a clinical trial, but also to send in the clinical trial application for IDO-T. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anders, for that presentation. You mentioned submitting a final patent application in December 2020, the international patent application. When do you expect approval, and why is this patent application important?
It's important in that case that having that in place, and also to have we think that we have a good case, but to get approval will take us additional few years, as you say. But that is always a value to have market exclusivity, because the more you use your treatment out there and have the patent application, you have a higher value of your technology, I should say.
Absolutely. You also mentioned securing 50 million SEK in a rights issue recently, with the possibility of adding another 42 million. What will these funds be allotted to?
They will mainly go for the IDO8 clinical trial. I mean, this is a significant investment, but also, I should say, a very valuable and interesting investment, because that will give us the answer of how it works in human safety, but will also give us the small signals of efficacy, because we will also measure if we can create a tolerance for factor VIII also. Even if this is in a very small population, it will still give us a signal that has a value.
And finally, in your Q1 report, you mentioned that advances for IDO8 will pave the way for IDO-T. Could you elaborate a little bit on this?
Yeah, I think that goes back to what I said before, that the technology is on a platform. And then we apply different antigens, different triggers, that triggers these different unwanted immune responses. So just having the platform, you can apply for different indications, different diseases, which gives a very broad technology. But already the first clinical trial tells us, yes, we have the right thinking. We can then instead continue to apply and design the specific cell therapies for the specific indications. This is how we think.
Well, thank you so much for answering the questions, and thanks for your presentation. And we wish you all the best with your upcoming work.
Thank you, Mike.
And now we're happy to be joined by Lipum and CEO Einar Ponten. Welcome, Einar.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Lipum, we have an ambitious goal. We struggle to improve the quality of life for all the millions of people affected by chronic inflammatory diseases. And our approach is based on a scientific finding of a protein called BSSL. This protein was first found in the mammary glands in breast milk, and its role then in breastfeeding of infants. But later on, the Lipum founders recognized that this protein is involved in the inflammatory process, and it's found in the circulation. And an illustration of this is when you study arthritis model called collagen-induced arthritis. This is a model where you, by adding collagen, the arthritis develop, and it's measured by scoring. And as you can see here, for wild-type mice, when they are treated with collagen, the scoring or the arthritis develop. However, if you study mice where are genetically modified that don't have this BSL molecule in the circulation, they are completely unaffected. It's also seen that these mice, the knockout mice, they are just as healthy otherwise and have just the same life expectancy as the others. So it doesn't influence their immune system that they are deficient of the BSL molecule. And this led to the idea that you could treat with blocking the BSSL molecule. And in this model, it's a pristane-induced arthritis model on rats, where you can see that rats that get an injection of a buffer solution or blank solution, placebo, they get heavily ill. But those that get an anti-BSSL antibody are significantly less affected. So, with this background, Lipum decided to develop a therapeutic, fully humanized monoclonal antibody. That work resulted in the SOL-116 that now has passed all the steps of development. We have a cell line development, we have a master cell bank, we have a production method, we have even the drug products filled in vials, ready for use in clinical trials. SOL-116 was seeked patent protection in 2020, so we expect to have a patent protection until 2040. The mechanism of action, of course, we studied this heavily in different kind of models, and roughly it's related to BSSL's role when it's released from granulocytes. It binds to monocytes and stimulates the release of pro-inflammatory cytokines and the migration of monocyte that maintains the inflammation. So by inhibiting BSSL in this process, using SOL-116, we expect to prevent migration and so thereby also the inflammation. We are soon about to enter into clinical phase, so then it's a good reason to look backwards a little bit. The company Lipum was in 2010, and after a number of years with preclinical work, there were collaboration with SciLife Lab for the development of SOL-116. Later on, this led to a commercial collaboration with Arcede, development of master cell bank and production method. And in late 2020, we started a collaboration with Charles River Laboratories to conduct the so-called non-clinical program, or TOX program, so called quite often. And just recently we signed an agreement with the CRO company QPS that has already been initiated in the preparation for the first phase 1 study. Meanwhile, we have been funded by governmental seed investors, European Union by Horizon 2020, and private investors. And 1 year ago we were listed on Nasdaq First North and raised 85 million. So altogether it has been invested round about 150 million in the company so far. The shareholders signed last year a lockup for 6 or 12 months, and essentially no one, it was around about 90% of the shareholders, essentially no one left. But one major change was that the governmental seed investor Almi Invest, according to plan, they sold their shares, and these shares were acquired by Flery Invest, that is a well-known life science investor. The founders and the management still holds around about 20% of the ownership in Lipum. We have a highly dedicated and very experienced team. I'm very happy about this project group where we have specialists in each position, and also that we have 2 founders still working in this project group. The board of directors is led by Chairman Ulf Björklund, that previously was CEO of Aprea, that was sold to the US VC investor 5AM. And Ulf was also CEO of Oxypharma, that worked with a compound called Rabeximod. Nowadays it's further developed by Cyxone. In the management team, beside me, I'm an entrepreneur. I've made exit previously. We also have Pernilla Abrahamsson that also made previous exit from her company. We have Susanne Lindqvist, that is one of the founders, and we have Marina Norberg, that is former auditor at PwC. We have more recently reviewed our opportunities in this market, and we have concluded that our lead indication should continue to be the rheumatoid arthritis. For regulatory reasons, we may then later on also explore our opportunities in the rare disease juvenile idiopathic arthritis. But considering the opportunities in RA, we also see that there is a group of indications we call expand indications 1, that is Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and SLE. These expand indications we may consider for phase 2 trials later on. There is also a group of indications that we have denoted second group, and these are diseases there is a high medical need. We have some preclinical results, and we include them in the indications of interest, but we will only invest preclinical efforts in these indications so far, and then rather look for partners for the continued development. Looking into the RA market, it's huge. It's around about $27 billion today. It's expected to be $29 billion in 2029. The growth rate is leveling off a bit, and it's expected to level off even more. It's still growing, but the reason is that for some of the major anti-TNF biological drugs like Humira, there are now patents expiring and biosimilars are introduced in the market. The biosimilars are slightly less expensive, but still there is not a major price decrease due to the introduction of the biosimilars. There is also a group called kinase inhibitor, or JAK inhibitors. The future of those is a little bit ambiguous, because FDA just recently reported on a safety study conducted on patients having RA and ulcerative colitis, and they found reasons to add additional box warnings on the JAK inhibitors, and not only on these on trial in that study, also on others, assuming that it's related to the mechanism of action of these drugs. So there is a huge market, but there is also limitations of these biologicals, the anti-TNF biologics. And this is a rather heavy slide where you can see a summary from a Journal of Clinical Rheumatology, and
if you look into the red box here, you can see that this lists the ACR50. ACR50 is, according to the American College for Rheumatology, it's a 50% improvement in the disease than looking into the joints and some other parameters of the patients. And the drugs here listed are the more advanced biologics and also the JAK inhibitors. To the right-hand side, you see the adjusted number for improvement, the percentage of patients that experience a 50% improvement reduced for the methotrexate as a reference. And as you can see, there is only around about 30 to 40% that achieve this goal. And in addition to this, there is also with the anti-TNF drugs a large portion of the patients that actually are non-responders that have no effect whatsoever. So if we look into the market, we see there are around about 4 to 5 million having the diagnosis of RA. Out of them, around about 1 million receive biologics, and 30% non-responders means that with 300,000 patients that are non-responders, we estimate that there is a market opportunity for Lipum about $1 billion. And this is for the TPP1. We could also assume that if we head on being a first-line alternative biologics, then of course the market opportunity is much higher. So now we plan for our first clinical study. It will start during this year. Obviously, it's a safety study, so the primary objective is to study safety and tolerability of SOL-116 in healthy volunteers, but also in this study we will include one cohort with patients having rheumatoid arthritis. And the secondary objective, it's rather standard. It's the pharmacokinetics, also in the patients and the healthy subjects. But we also have an explorative objective where we will look into monitoring our target molecule BSSL, and we will also monitor inflammatory biomarkers in both healthy volunteers and in the RA patients. And we hope that the results out of this study will be giving us additional guidance in the planning of forthcoming studies of SOL-116. I mean, the ultimate goal is then, of course, to go later on come into phase 2 study where we study the effect of SOL-116 on RA patients. So, strategy to create value is to take care of all the opportunities of our main asset, which is the fully humanized monoclonal antibody SOL-116. So first of all, we plan for clinical studies. In the first instance, this year we start safety studies, phase 1, but later on we will do the proof of concept study in RA. However, in parallel, it's equally important for us to continue to study, first of all, the mode of action and also the potential of using SOL-116 for treatment of other inflammatory diseases. And later on, we believe that this altogether will constitute a package of knowledge and understanding that will be attractive for other partners in the pharma industry, but also in the academic and hospital area for joint development in the clinical program, but we could also consider out-licensing, in particular of indications in the expanded indication group 3, where we don't bring them further on. So I thank you for your attention, and I hope that you have some questions.
As it happens, I do have some questions.
Yeah, great.
It's like you knew.
I had a pretty good idea on that, yes.
Now you are heading towards clinical studies. I imagine that there will perhaps be an increased demand on your staff, of course, and on your finances. Are we looking at expansion of staff, and how is the finances?
No, actually we have already expanded the staff, so to speak. We are a relatively neat organization. We have 5 full-time employees. We have added 1 scientist more this year. The rest of the people are consultants on trainer or long-term with. So I don't think we will expand much more, but we certainly want to maintain our preclinical activities. So we have our own labs, and we could consider to have more people in lab. Actually, we hire people from neighboring companies as well to maintain our own lab activities. And this is important too, because then we want to evaluate more opportunities of SOL-116 in different types of models. So from a cost perspective, we have actually peaked in cost because the CMC, the production of SOL-116 under good manufacturing practice and also executing the non-clinical program has been rather large cost that we had mainly during last year. And the listing and the IPO financed a lot of that. But nevertheless, we have declared also in our more recent quarterly report and the annual report that we will need more funding during this year.
And you talked a little bit here about the preclinical and maybe looking into other indications. How important is it to have more than one indication?
I think since we have invested a lot in the development of SOL-116, I think it wouldn't make sense if we didn't explore more opportunities. And considering that preclinical studies are relatively inexpensive, so it makes sense to invest in a lot of different studies to get results that you can use to attract interest from others that want to proceed and maybe continue that work into a clinical study. But we ourselves will not go for clinical studies on all the indications. That will be impossible. But we focus on proof of concept in RA, and we consider then to add on phase 2 studies in these other 3 indications that we have listed so far. But of course, the strategy is to take benefit of the value of SOL-116.
And then finally, where do you hope to see Lipum in a year's time?
Oh, there, yeah. Well, we will have in a year's time. We will probably have the first result from a phase 1 study, but we have a rather conservative timetable. So we estimate that it takes 1 year from submission of a trial application before we have a final written report in our hand that we can talk about. So I don't want to give false expectations to those listening. These things takes time. It's a double-blinded study, so it will at least take 6 months before we have an idea ourselves.
And speaking of time, thank you for your time today.
Thanks. My pleasure.
With us in the BioStock studio to provide expert insights on partnering and deal making is Viktor Sievec, who is Chief Financial Officer at Arcede Therapeutics. The company develops treatments for disorders of the brain, mainly focusing on Parkinson's disease. Less than a year ago, Viktor played a key role in negotiating one of the largest licensing deals in the Swedish biopharma space in decades, when he and the team at Arcede Therapeutics out-licensed a drug candidate to major French biopharma company Ipsen at a total deal value of $363 million. Viktor, it's a pleasure to welcome you today.
Thank you, it's nice being here.
Can I start by asking you to list the 3 key success factors for landing the Arcede licensing deal in 2021?
Of course. Well, the first and foremost is, of course, that the project itself has to be a really good and high quality project. And with mesdopetam, which is a drug developed for treatment of LIDs, which is a sort of dyskinesias or uncontrolled movements often shown in Parkinson patients, and it can also be expanded to psychosis in Parkinson's, and tardive dyskinesias is also an indication that it can be used for. This drug, we have excellent data both when it comes to efficacy and safety and tolerability, and the data package as such from the preclinical studies up until the phase 2A studies that we have made are really good and solid. So that's the first thing that that is a success factor, I would say. Then we were lucky enough or prepared enough to be able to have a lineup of potential licensees where we had competition in the process. So we had several companies that came in with bids, and that is of course also a really good thing to have, which we struggled for, of course, but we were able to have that. So that is the second one. And the third one is maybe not so obvious, but we have, since a long time ago, we have worked with a financial strategy where we have made sure that our company or our lab looks strong in the eyes of the licensees. That means that we can have much better negotiation power in the negotiations and in the deals, and we will also be able to sort of relax in the process and make the right decisions based on how the deal actually looks and what the interest really is, instead of being stressed out by having to close a deal before this and that date and so on. So that is also a really important thing that is a success factor, I would say, to make this happen.
A majority of small biotech companies have a virtual organization mainly built on consultancies, but Arcede Therapeutics has its own R&D team. How much did that affect the discussions and the process in your licensing deal with Ipsen?
I would say that was a key ingredient in the process and something that really mattered when it came to closing the deal. Having our own research and development department has proven really good for us. For example, the level of commitment and the personal engagement you get as an employee is, with all due respect, different from being a consultant. We also have, for example, in the due diligence process, which was quite extensive, then we can just walk 10 meters down the hall to get the answer from the research scientist that actually made the science where the question comes, where Ipsen in this case had the questions. So that means that we can have very fast can have correct and good answers to basically any question they have. It also means that we can control the quality of our research, and we can also prepare the organization on what will happen in the due diligence process. And as we can anticipate basically the questions that will come, or the areas, and at least we can also prepare the organization to be able to answer those questions as good as possible. And I'm not sure that we would be able to have that kind of preparedness and agility with consultants instead of our own research department. So they are absolutely key.
When you have a business model mainly built on finding a partner at some point in development, in terms of preparations, how far in advance should you start to identify and subsequently also approach potential takers of your asset?
The answer is, well, you can answer in different ways, and I will try to answer in a few ways. From the beginning, or actually before IRLab was even founded in early 2013 or late 2012, the management went to the JP Morgan conference, or the biotech showcase conference in San Francisco, to give information to potential future licensees regarding the project we had at the time. And since then we have consistently been on each and every BioEurope, BioUS, JP Morgan, and all those other partnering conferences. Just being there, telling companies out there about our projects, educate them about what we're doing, telling them what our next step will be, coming back a year later and saying, now we did that, as we told you we would do, we did it, and now we're going to do this. And not talking about deals, not being there with a price tag, or not saying, if you're interested, please give us a call. Just informing them about our projects. So I think that we are closing up to about 100 companies that we've been in contact with during these 9 years. And then when the time comes and we can, and we deem that that we have the right circumstances to be able to do a successful process, then we sort of ring the bell and contact the ones that we know are most interested in our projects. So then we can then we start to have a good process, or a streamlined process, so to speak, with this competition and so on. And we rang the bell in, I would say, November, December in 2020. And then we started of course there is a lot of NDA discussions and so on in the beginning. And then we started really discussions in maybe January, February. And then due diligence started in, let's say, March, something like that, and went on for a few months. And just a side discussion there, we had about 6,000 documents in our data room just regarding this project. And Ipsen had, I think it was a bit more than 60 employees that were in our data room looking at their expertise areas and asked questions on all the documents. So going back to the importance of having researchers, I mean, when a small organization like ours with 30 employees, or maybe 25 at the time, are exposed to a big pharma company, 60 persons or 60 experts asking questions, then we really need to be on our toes to be able to respond in a proper manner. So that's important, but it also takes time, and you have to really respect that. And then I would say the negotiations on the agreement as such, that was maybe May, June, something like that. It takes quite a while. I mean, it is $363 million is quite a it's a big number. So we shouldn't take that easy. So it takes some time. And then the final stretch in June, we closed in on the evening of the 15th of July, I think. So, as I said, you could say that it took 9 years, because that's when we started to talk to anyone. But you can also say that it took about 7 months of quite intense discussions and contacts.
IRLab's licensing deal had a total deal value of $363 million, in addition to potential royalties of sales, of course. The upfront payment was $28 million. Could you walk us through briefly how this specific deal structure was negotiated?
Well, the deal structure is such, I mean, the deals I've seen, they don't differ very much. You get milestones in phase transitions and at the market entry and that kind of events. We haven't disclosed and will not disclose the exact timings or the exact amounts, but that's generally how it is. So that is sort of a given. Then of course, well, what we have found is that when you look at the net present value of a deal, you have to build a marketing model. Now I get a bit, taking a step backwards. You have to build a marketing model predicting how the product will sell, and then you have the cost, of course, for the development, and then you get a net present value of that. And as a rule of thumb, you could say that the licensor and the licensee actually split that in the middle. So that means that if you take more money in the beginning, then you will have to give up even more money in the end, because that is discounted, of course. So, and it also always gets to 50%. So what we need to do is to first talk to the licensee about how the marketing model or what we think about the future, and then agree on how that looks. And then we sort of know the back or the playing grounds. And with that already on the table, you can start discussing the amounts in the different fronts and the different milestones, and how much should be regulatory milestones and how much should be commercial milestones and so on. So that's how it came down to the structure, so to speak. And then for our lab, we always think that, I mean, the first and foremost thing that we need to focus on is our research and the quality of projects, our data and all that. But that is sort of a given. That is a big risk in this industry, as we all know. However, the returns are also big, or the potential returns. So that's why we love this business or this industry. But we also need to think about the financial risks, and we need to manage the financial risks in a way so that we don't stumble on the financials if the science is good. So for us, it's having a good structure also means that we are able to manage the risks so that we got this quite substantial upfront payment that was important for us, and also have quite a big number at the total as a market total deal value. That was also important for us. And then there's negotiating, and in the end it always comes down to haggling the last dollars. So basically that's how it happened.
Many small companies want to partner or out-license an asset, but far from all are as successful in doing that as our lab was. From an investor perspective, how do you spot the companies who are most likely to strike a deal, you think?
This is a difficult question because I think that at least in the Swedish market, which is quite small, the licensing deals are, I wouldn't say black swans because you know that they are out there, but they are very, very rare. It doesn't happen very often, or quite seldom actually. So that means that it's difficult to take a data-driven analysis of what's good and what's bad. So I would say I would like to go back to when we talked about this, what was most important for us. And of course the quality of the product is important. For us it's been important to have these discussions over a long time with potential licensees, to have them ready, so to speak, when we actually push the button and try to do the deal. And also to make sure that you're financially stable all the time, and make sure that you're not dependent on actually striking a license deal, because it's not very easy. do it, and the stars really have to be aligned to be able to do it.
If licensing deals are a black swan, at least in the Swedish biotech space, how likely would you say that it is that our lab will do another one, seeing as you weren't a one-trick pony, but you have more interesting assets in your pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think our lab is such an interesting company, because we have a whole stable of ponies back in our backyard. I mean, we know how to do it. We've made sure that we have the financial stability to not be able. We don't have any pressure that we need to do it. We have Pirepemat, which is in phase 2b, which started this Q1. We have a bunch of preclinical projects going forward, and all of these could be interesting for a license for a partner. So we have all the pieces in the puzzle are there, and time will tell.
And you have a track record.
Yes, we have.
Thank you so much for coming here to talk to us today, Victor.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Next, we're happy to welcome Jesper Wiklund, CEO at Klaria Pharma. Welcome, Jesper. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. So I'm here today to present Klaria Pharma. Klaria is a platform technology company. We have a drug delivery technology that we're leveraging to develop new drugs against serious illnesses where there are high unmet medical needs that our technology can solve. We are listed on the Stockholm Nasdaq, publicly traded. Our lead program is sumatriptan alginate film, which I will, of course, tell you more about today. And we also have another platform, or a further platform, with a number of assets in development. So how does our technology work? Our technology is a film. This film is the size of a small stamp. It is placed on the inside of the cheek directly onto the oral mucosa. And when the film is placed onto the oral mucosa, whatever drug that we've loaded into the film transfers from the film across the mucosa, as you see here, and directly into the blood. So what does not happen is that despite the fact that you put it into your mouth, it does not go into your stomach. It goes into the blood through the mucosa. So this is a similar mechanism of action that you would have if you inject something or if you use a nasal spray. But there's no need to use any of those technologies. You just have a very simple film. So this is our pipeline. We have 3 clinical programs currently in our pipeline. We have sumatriptan, adrenaline epinephrine, and naloxone. I will spend the majority of the presentation describing sumatriptan because this is now a program that is basically through clinical development and is ready for filing for approval. But I did want to mention about our platform that we have 2 partnerships. We have a partnership with Evaxion Therapeutics, which is a pharmaceutical company based in the United States. And we have a partnership with Fluimed, which is a pharmaceutical company based in Germany. What's important about these collaborations is that this, from Klaria's point of view and from the point of view of our shareholders, a very, very important way for us to further our development programs together with partners. The partners pay for the program, so we don't actually have to spend our investor capital on these programs. The development is fully paid by the partner. And then in the future, if this makes it all the way to the market, we will also get royalties on these products. So it's a way for us to basically further our pipeline, continue to work, continue to deploy our technology in various programs without having to spend our own capital basically in doing so. And also another very important thing about these collaborations is that these are pharmaceutical companies which are, of course, absolutely expert in their field, and they have spent a significant amount of time and money doing due diligence on our technology. And so the fact that 2 companies, after having done this very serious due diligence, decided to work with us gives us, and should give all of our investors, a lot of confidence in the fact that our technology is a very interesting technology and that stands up to scrutiny by world-leading experts in their field. So if we switch then to sumatriptan, which is our lead asset, this is where we are right now. We are ready to file for approval in Europe. We will do so this year. We have to do 1 more clinical study in the United States, and that we will spend next year doing that study, which puts us in a position to, towards the end of next year or the beginning of 2024, file for approval in Europe. The study that needs to be done in the United States is a so-called toleration study, which is an open label study where, meaning that both the doctor and the patient knows what will, that they're getting the drug. And it's just to make sure that there are no local irritation or any other problems with the application of the film. We have no reason to expect that this is going to happen. The European Union said, you don't need this because everything that's in the film is already known to be safe and well tolerated. But the FDA insisted on it, and whatever the FDA insists on, that's what they get. So that's what we're going to do. But again, we're ready to file in Europe and this year already for approval. Also very important is that this product, the doctors that prescribe this product are not a general practitioner. It's a so-called specialty product. It's prescribed by a specialist neurologist that has as a specialty to treat migraine. So it's a fairly small group of doctors that needs to be reached. So a smaller company with a smaller sales force can absolutely do a very good job of marketing this product. And we are a technology company, and we're very much focused on developing our technology, and then we will partner with other companies that are experts in commercialization to do the actual commercialization. And the fact that we can partner with specialty companies makes the universe of potential partners for us much larger, which is obviously an advantage for us. So a few words about the sumatriptan treatment of migraine situation. So this is a fairly complicated slide, but basically what this says is if you come into a doctor and you're diagnosed with having migraine, the first thing that doctor will tell you is change your lifestyle, try to have less stress, and they'll give you some paracetamol or some ibuprofen. If that does not work, you move on to prescription drugs, and in pretty much all cases, you get a triptan, which is the class of drug, and in pretty much all of those cases, you get sumatriptan. So sumatriptan is by far the most dominant treatment for migraine worldwide. Once you do get a triptan, the first thing that happens is you get a tablet. So that's here, first triptan. If that doesn't work because of nausea or because of other problems that you might have with the tablet, in the majority of cases, you move to a different formulation of sumatriptan, a nasal spray or a subcutaneous injection. A doctor might choose to put you on a different drug, such as rizatriptan, which is another drug from the same class, but typically the flow is you get a tablet. If that doesn't work, they move you to a nasal spray or to a subcutaneous injection. Now, what we want to do is we want to replace the nasal spray and the subcutaneous injection. So we want to be the choice for patients and doctors where if the tablet doesn't work and you're looking for a new formulation, you'll get sumatriptan alginate film. And we believe there are a number of reasons why we are superior to the nasal spray and to the injection. And we have proven in clinical studies that we are as efficacious as the nasal spray. So this is a clinical study that we've already done. And so this is the market positioning. We're looking to take that second spot. We will, of course, get some patients also from the third spot where maybe they try a nasal spray first and that doesn't work and they move to the film. And we might also get some patients, especially adolescents and young people, where they move directly to the alginate film, because especially for young people, there are a number of advantages of the film also over the tablet in a first-line treatment. But when we think about the commercial opportunity for sumatriptan alginate film, it's really this positioning that I showed in the previous slide, where first you get your tablet, and if that doesn't work, they move you to a second formulation. It is here that we're going to get the majority of our prescriptions. And that will result, according to a very extensive market assessment study that we have conducted together with a world-leading consulting firm called LEK, which recognized as being sort of the leader of this type of studies in the world, really, in this sales. So we think, and this is in millions of dollars per year in annual sales. So according to this market projection, we're going to get to about $500 million or north of $500 million per year in sales in the United States and in the 5 largest European countries. And again, our goal and our strategy is not to do this marketing ourselves, but rather to partner with companies that already have these sales forces, that already have access to all these doctors, that are probably already in the migraine field, and we then get a royalty on the sales, on these sales. When you're trying to understand also, I think, a market, it's very helpful to look at comparable transactions. There are 2 comparable transactions that I'd like to highlight. The first one is here. This is in 2019, in the summer of 2019, so a few years ago. Dr. Reddy's, which is one of the leading, or if not the leading, Indian pharmaceutical company, sold to Upsher Smith in the United States a sumatriptan formulation for a nasal spray formulation and a sumatriptan injector pen. So again, this is not something new. This is something that has already been on the market for quite some time. But they're saying, we have a better nasal spray and we have a better injection pen. They sold this asset for $110 million, 70 of which was in an upfront payment and another 30 was in very near-term milestones. So this speaks to the fact that Upsher Smith, and probably other companies as well, because you don't end up paying over $100 million for something if you're alone. So our read of this is that both Upsher Smith and other companies looked at the sumatriptan market, looked at the unmet medical needs that are still in this market, and said, this is worth, for an approved product that was recently approved. The product was approved in about 5 months prior to this transaction, $100 million. That's one very interesting data point. The other, more recent, happened this month, in fact, on the 10th of May. Pfizer acquired Biohaven Pharmaceuticals for $11 billion. Now, Biohaven is a maker of the leading CGRP molecule, which is a novel way to treat migraine. And this comes after sumatriptan, that treatment slide that I showed you earlier. So everybody that gets to the drug that Pfizer paid the shareholders of Biohaven $11 billion for, everybody that gets to that drug has first come through sumatriptan. So that's another, we think, very interesting data point to show, that there's actually a lot of things happening in this market, in the migraine market. There's still a lot of need, and powerful, large players think that this is a good place to be, as of course do we. Finally then, given all of this potential that we have, we need a good team to realize this. We have, over the last few years, put together a team with people. We've included here the summary of where these people have been. So, we have people that have been at leading big pharma companies in the world. We have people that have been at some of Sweden's leading pharmaceutical companies as well. And we've now worked together. This group has worked together as a team for about 2 years. Hans joined us a little bit more recently than that. But this is a team that's working very well together. And each of us, Mark, Hans, Fredrik, Scott, myself, are really experts in what we're doing. And I would actually argue that, we have a team that is several sizes larger than sort of the company that we have right now. And this is a team that our company can grow into and our pipeline can grow into. So we're very well equipped to take both sumatriptan alginate film towards the market with the help of a partner and to take our pipeline further. Klaria Pharma, traded on Stockholm NASDAQ. We have a clinically proven platform technology with our lead asset, sumatriptan alginate film for the treatment of migraine. We have proven in a clinical study that we are as effective as the nasal spray without having to have all the negatives of a nasal spray, but just by popping a film into your mouth. Our lead program is ready for registration in Europe. We have one more very manageable clinical study to do in the United States. So we're close to the market. We have partnerships with 2 pharmaceutical companies, one European, one American. And we have a team with a very deep experience that we feel is very well positioned to bring this company forward in the next couple of years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesper.
Thank you.
You talked about the importance of the partnerships for Klaria, and your most recent partnership is with the German pharmaceutical company Fluimed. How do they add to Klaria's workflow?
Yeah, these partnerships. So if you think about, we can actually maybe go back to the pipeline. if you think about what we've done with sumatriptan alginate film, we have spent the last 5 years basically working on this molecule from the very beginning and taken it all the way to where we are now, where we're about to get that filed for approval. So, you know, we've done all the work, all the formulations, all the clinical studies. This is a very time-consuming and it's also very expensive. Now with these two partnerships, you know, we're doing that, but we're doing that together with a partner. So most obviously, they pay for everything and we make money along the way. But secondly, you know, it's another set of eyes, and these are experts, of course, as I mentioned previously. So it's also very, very helpful for us because, you know, it's another team. We leverage their experience. They help us in setting strategies, etc. So, you know, really, any platform technology company has to prove its technology, as we have done. You have to prove it clinically. It's very hard to convince a pharmaceutical company that you have this wonderful technology if you haven't actually proved it. But once you have proved it, really, I think the gold standard way of doing things is to do things in partnership. And that's where we are now. We've done 2 of these. We want to do more. And we have the data to show that it works. And obviously, if you have 2 partners, it's easier to get your 3rd. Once you have 3, it's easier to get your 4th. So this is really where I see the future of Klaria, is in doing these partnerships and actually using our resources in a very conservative way, and then you know, building royalties as these things come to market.
Well, speaking of your other partnership, the one with Imbrium Therapeutics, it's come time to for them to exercise their option. How important would you say their decision is to Klaria?
So this will, of course, be very important. What needs to happen in this program is that we need to run a clinical study, and based on the data of that clinical study, where we will see in man how the drug is taking up and how well our technology is working. Based on that, they will then make a decision whether or not to continue. And those clinical studies are now ongoing. It's going according to schedule. And we look forward to finishing up those studies and then to discussions with our partner about what the next step is. Maybe this year, maybe beginning of next year, they will come to a decision, and when they do, that will then trigger, you know, the next milestone and moving into more clinical trials. The reason that I am a little bit soft on the details here is because this is a very competitive area. This is an incredibly exciting program. If you could put a epinephrine into a film and thereby replace the Evaxion, which is, as you know, is a multi-billion-dollar market and product, that's going to really revolutionize that whole field. And we're not alone here. And in agreement with Imbrium, our partner, we have decided to be more restrictive with our communication, also for competitive reasons. But that's, we think, end of this year, beginning of next, we should be in a position where we pretty much have to announce whether or not we get the milestone and move on. And by then, we'll all know how it's going.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Well, your board of directors recently decided on a directed share issue that should bring in around 23 million SEK. Yeah. How will this strengthen the company?
Yeah. We are still a development company. We're developing our products. We do not have any product on the market, so we don't have the recurring cash flow from a product. We do get cash flow from our partners, but that's lumpier. So we are still dependent also on investor capital we raise this money to fund the operations and the filings, etc., with sumatriptan primarily. So that's sort of a normal part of our business model, and the fact that we're able to do that, I think, speaks to the quality of our programs. We're also very happy that we were able to do a directed share issue, a so-called emission, and we did that to a new investor who is a very high-quality investor, extremely well-informed, and we're very happy to have in our sort of investor collective. And so beyond the money, of course, every time we do a riktad emission, and we do that to a new investor, which we have done now 3 times over the last 2 years, we add a new investor into the mix, which of course strengthens our for long term.
Great. Well, that's all the time we have for today, but thanks so much, and we wish you all the best for your upcoming work. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Respiratorius and CEO Johan Dott. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to present Respiratorius as today, and the company is developing innovative drugs to significantly improve the treatment for aggressive lymphoma. This time is going to be a little bit different presentation, but to start with, Respiratorius was founded as a research spin-out from Lund University in the late 90s. The initial aim was to develop new effective drugs, candidate drugs for treatment of respiratory diseases such as COPD and severe asthma. In 2012, Respiratorius acquired the rights to the asset VL-001 by the acquisition of the company Valkyria. And the asset VL-001 has been developed through early clinical studies with very promising results, and is now being prepared for a phase 3 study. In parallel with the activities on VL-001, we have now developed a candidate drug for COPD and severe asthma. However, over the last couple of months, I would say, we have been working on a spin-out of the asset on respiratory diseases with the lead candidate Arcede 405. And the current situation is that Arcede Pharma, which is a subsidiary of Respiratorius, is prepared for a spin-out. And the decision of a spin-out is pending the annual general meeting, which will be held in 9th of June. So, going forward, Respiratorius will now be a company developing candidate drugs for the treatment of aggressive lymphoma, such as diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. And the asset then is VL-001, with actually two indications. First of all, we have the indication of the standard treatment of diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. But also, based on recent results, we have also discovered that valproate is effective also on relapsing diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and thus it is in preclinical stage. The company is based on outlicensing. The model is based on outlicensing of the assets, and we have always been working on having continuous partnering discussion throughout the development. And today we have activities ongoing for VL-001, which will be intensified going forward, especially based on the new results. The background to VL-001 is as intended for the treatment of diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, which is the most common type of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Annually, about 60,000 people are diagnosed with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma in Europe and US, and the 5-year overall survival when treated is about 60 to 70%. However, the problem is that 10 to 15% are primarily refractory to the first-line therapy. And 40% of those who actually respond to the first-line treatment, which is R-CHOP and immunochemotherapy, they relapse within 40% relapse within 18 to 24 months. And as you can see, the overall non-Hodgkin's lymphoma market, medication market, is increasing annually, and diffuse large B-cell lymphoma accounts for about 30% of the total market. Based on preclinical research, we found that valproate can be used as a pre-treatment, as a sensitizer for chemotherapy through condensation of the chromatin, and as well as it has an effect on gene expression and cell cycle. In our first phase 1 study, also showed that valproate increases the expression of CD20 in diffuse large B-cell lymphoma patients. Valproate has been used since the 60s to treat epileptic patients mainly. And by then it has a well-known safety profile and which reduces the risk in the development of a new drug. And since it was available, we were able to use the standard formulation for epileptic patients in our phase 1/2 study, which came out with very encouraging and positive results, as we showed we can show a significantly improved approved survival benefit by addition of valproate before the treatment with immunochemotherapy. In our study, we had a 1 and 2 year overall survival on 100, respectively 96%, which is very encouraging. And when comparing with the standard therapy, by means of having a matched pair analysis with patients from the Swedish lymphoma registry, we saw a more than 10% increase in overall survival, and also a 80% reduction of the risk of mortality. These results were presented to EMA in a scientific advice meeting, where the result of the meeting was that Respiratorius were able to move directly to a phase 3 study. And as we also discussed about having a dedicated formulation for the new indication, additional data on pharmacokinetics should be then supplemented. And the new formulation, which we have been working on and concluded the development activity, is a combination of immediate and extended release granules and pellets. This new formulation is then tailored for the new indication as a pre-treatment to immunochemotherapy in diffuse large B-cell lymphoma patients. And it allows for twice daily dosing. And the formulation is now being evaluated in a PK study where we evaluate the actual PK results in patients. And the initial part of the study where we evaluated the safety profile came out very positive. And we are now moving forward with the study, and we expect to have a closeout by Q2 in 2022. And the new formulation is important, as it is there are no available formulation of valproate on the market that is supporting the new supporting the use as a pre-treatment, and so it is important for the asset as such. However, in parallel with the development activities and the PK study, we have performed preclinical studies, laboratory studies, where we have been able to show that valproate can also be used as a pre-treatment when R-CHOP is with the addition of etoposide. And the proliferation of the cells were decreased, which means that we anticipate to have the similar results both as we had with R-CHOP as with R-CHOEP. And also important to understand is that this will simplify for a phase 3 study, because CHOEP is intended for use for more ill patients or severely ill patients. So a phase 3 study, the recruitment of a phase 3 study will be simplified. Just recently, the other week, we also presented results showing that valproate might also be used as a pre-treatment to relapsing patients, which would then be a new indication for valproate and VL-001. And this addition of this indication further strengthens the position for VL-001 in negotiations as well, which is also an important factor to understand that relapsing patients might be a faster route to marketing approval as well as first sales of an approved drug. So it is an important addition. And last but not least, it also showed that valproate has a beneficial effect on all diffuse B-cell lymphoma patients. Recently emerging data, I think I discussed this previously, is a study on Polivy and the Polarix trial. And without going into the detail about the study, we can conclude that one of the primary endpoints of the study was progression-free survival, where you can see that the Valfrid study, which is the phase 1/2a study of valproate in combination with immunochemotherapy, we had a superior results compared to the study on Polivy. And last but not least is the fact that we had a much better result on overall survival, where Polivy didn't show any overall survival differences between the standard treatment with R-CHOP. So to conclude, this study strengthens the position of VL-001. The milestones we have accomplished so far during 2021 and 2022 is that we have a phase 3 study designed, which is confirmed by EMA. And going forward with our partnering activities, we will also discuss whether and also a scientific advice meeting in some form with FDA would be positive or add further value in the overall package of VL-001. We have been able to select a prototype for the new formulation of valproate. And we have produced the new drug for the PK study, and the study is ongoing right now. And we have preliminary safety data, which came out positive in February, and we expect to have a closeout in the study during Q2 this year. We have preclinical results, both on addition of etoposide as well as the recent results on relapsing diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. We will now focus on partnering activities, so there is no plan for further clinical work, as we have concluded the PK study. With regards to patent activities, we have an ongoing prosecution of the initial patent file on the new formulation. And as the PK study is concluded and we have supporting data from the PK study, we expect to file further patents. And as we press release the results from the relapsing diffuse large B-cell lymphoma study, we also filed a patent on the new indication. So we have ongoing activities within IP. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm open to some questions.
That's good, because I have a couple for you.
Oh, thank you.
As you said, you are now separating the two development projects.
Yeah.
What does this mean, this streamlining mean in terms of maybe enhancing the chances of getting a good deal for VAL001?
Yeah, it simplifies, I would say, from one point that the VL000 will be clean from Arcede 405 and also simplifies that opportunity of acquisition of a company perspective. And it also it is also positive, especially for Arcede 405, to be able to focus solely on the project separated from Respiratorius. So I think it's positive. And last but not least, for the shareholders, it's clear where their investment is actually focused on.
Turning more to the slightly practical clinical side of things, you talked here about relapsing patients as a potential new group.
Yeah.
How large a group is that in terms of adding value to
That's a tricky question. I don't have the numbers right now, but as you can see, 40% of the patients actually relapses. So, and annually it's about 60,000 new patients. So it's a significant group that actually relapses. And unfortunately, the prognosis for relapsing patients is quite bad, unfortunately.
And finally then, if you come back in a year, where would you want Respiratorius to be then?
Of course, we would hope to be able to strike a deal on VL-001, and it's not only for the company's sake, but also for the patient's sake. I mean, evidently, with the results we have, both from the phase 1/2a study, and also seeing that it is adding value to etoposide and also to relapse patient, which of course needs to be verified in clinical studies. But I think there is a strong value of valproate and VL-001. So from that perspective, I hope to be able to drive the development of the clinical development of VL-001 further.
Well, I hope I see you before 1 year is up.
Yes,
but
yes.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And next up is Arcede Pharma and CEO Mia Lundblad. Welcome, Mia.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm going to present Arcede Pharma. And we are a new company, and our vision is to provide new patent-protected drugs for the treatment of respiratory or chronic respiratory diseases in order to improve and reduce improve the quality of the life of the patients, but also then reduce the suffering for the patients, and also aiming at modifying the underlying disease, and in the end, hopefully then prolong the survival of the patients. As I said, we are a company, but we have a long history. We are currently a subsidiary of Respiratorius, and the projects that we are focusing on have been previously developed by Respiratorius. And we also have our chairman, Ingemar, who has been with Respiratorius for, I think, more than 15 years. And he has a good knowledge and understanding of our projects, and with focus on our respiratory disease projects. I have also been with Respiratorius for almost 1.5 years, focusing on the project I will tell you a little bit more shortly. And we also have a board with a long history and within the pharmaceutical industry at various positions. So coming back to what we are focusing on and what we are doing, as I said, we are developing drugs for the treatment of respiratory diseases, especially chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. And that is a disease that is caused by noxious particles, especially cigarette smoke and air pollution. And that causes a constant or an inflammation of the airways, which then causes a constriction of the airways and mucus production. So in the end, patients will experience cough and breathing problems. And also, while the disease progresses, they will experience tiredness and they will have difficulties performing their daily activities. And it will have a great impact on their daily life. And it causes a great suffering for these patients, and it also decreases their life expectancy. And it's a quite common disease. You can see here that it's the disease that is the third most common cause of death worldwide, only beaten, you can say, by cardiovascular diseases in general and cancer in general. And annually, nowadays, about 3 million people die because of COPD. And that figure is expected to increase to about 5.4 million within the coming 40 years, actually. And it's not only causing suffering for the individual patient, but it also has an impact on society and has an economic burden on society. You can see here the numbers of the costs for different diseases, where, again, cardiovascular diseases makes a big part here, but COPD is actually also for a large cost here, listing the direct annual costs in the EU countries. And the direct costs, you can also double that number, taking also into account the indirect costs of loss of productivity and early retirement. And that number and that cost that we see here actually can make up to almost 6% of the total healthcare budget in the EU countries. So, as I said, there is a great impact on the patient and on society. So what are the current treatment options for these patients? There are a lot of treatments available, and also research is ongoing. But actually, what I can say, for the last 20 years, all the new approved drugs have actually been targeting more or less the same receptors and the same pathways, mechanism of action. And those available drugs, they prevent and reduce the symptoms, but they really don't target the underlying disease, and they don't cure the disease. And in addition, some of these drugs, they are associated with safety concerns, and some of them also lose effect over time. So there is actually quite a substantial need for new treatments with new mechanisms of action. So Arcede Pharma, what are we doing? We are actually having our lead candidate, our drug candidate, Arcede 405, which has demonstrated both anti-inflammatory properties and broncho or airway dilating effects based on a different mode of action compared to the drugs that are currently available. In addition, we also have our substance, the Arcede 405, that has a good physical chemical properties in order to formulate it so that it can be used as an inhaled drug. Drug development, as you know, it's quite an extensive and long process, and we are relatively early still in this process, but we have accomplished a lot during last year. And we have, for example, completed and performed our safety studies in vitro without any critical findings. We have also performed and finalized our pharmacology studies, where we have then investigated the effect in tissues from animals and humans, then demonstrating this dilating effect. And we have also documented and demonstrated this anti-inflammatory properties that we see with Arcede 405. Currently, we are actually performing our toxicology studies. We have initiated those, and they are ongoing in animals. They are consisting of several sub-studies, and they are quite long in time. Actually, the last part consists of a 4-week repeated dosing in 2 different animal species. So they are ongoing. And then we have also established our production process of our compound Arcede 405. And we are also currently looking at how we can then formulate it together with excipients and with the required dose into a suitable inhalation device. So this is the activities that have been performed or are actually ongoing. As I said, that it's a long process, and there are activities remaining before we can start dosing humans and start entering into the clinical phase. So there are a few activities there left that we need to finalize and complete. And of course, the main thing right now is to progress and then finalize the toxicology studies in animals, and then eventually evaluate and assess the results of those. We also need to ensure this optimal formulation of our drug so that it can be used in the appropriate doses that we need with the excipients that are needed for an inhalation, and then also using a suitable device there. And then in the end, before we can start the dosing of the patients, we need, of course, to prepare and initiate the production of the drug in a device. And last but not least, we also then need to compile all the documentation that is needed before we can submit to the regulatory authorities in order to get an approval to start a phase 1 or first in human trial. So all in all, we have accomplished a lot just during the last year. There are remaining activities, but we are quite confident that we, with Arcede 405, will add to the current treatment options that there already is, but with an improved and a benefit for the patients, with improved quality of life, reduced suffering, and also with a benefit for the society. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I actually wanted to ask about you as the new CEO of a new company. Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit about your background and what you bring to Arcede Pharma?
Yes, I'm I have been working now with this project, as I said, for almost 1.5 years, but within Respiratorius. I have also long experience from drug development. I've been working more than 15 years within early clinical development and discovery in Ferring and Novo Nordisk, for example. And yeah, I have, I think, a relatively solid background and knowledge within this area.
So in your opinion, what is the most important activities or things to do now in the beginning to build a solid development company?
Yes, I think we are on a good path there. Of course, we are a very small company. It's only myself being employed right now, but I think also with our board and chairman, I have a good support. And when needed, we can, of course, we have also a network of consultants that we can get advice from and so on. But yeah.
I should imagine you still have access to Respiratorius to ask for advice or so on. How will the relationship look between Arcede and Respiratorius?
They will now be separate companies, and we don't have any benefits to each other anymore. So no, there will
two separate companies. I just wanted to ask about COPD a bit, because it sounds to me like that could be a condition that, considering air pollution and so on, that will just keep growing.
Yeah, it's both ways you can say, because it's also caused by cigarette smoke, which in some countries actually declines. In other areas it increases. Air pollution is also decreasing in some areas of the world, but increasing in others. It's also caused by this open fire, maybe cooking, that is in some, especially low-income countries. So it depends on where you're looking, but it will affect more and more people, also because people get older and older. So depending on how you look at the figures and the numbers.
Leading on from that, is there any markets that are more important than others? I know you're in very early stages, but...
No, I think it's general. I mean, people, they suffer all over the world, so I think it's we shouldn't really discriminate any areas or define.
No, I understand. So where do you hope to be in a year's time then?
In a year's time, I hope we can have actually started our human dosing and have advanced to the clinical side of it. Of course, everything, I mean, it depends all on, or a lot, not all, but a lot of toxicology studies that we are currently performing. But that's my hope, that we can be at that stage.
Well, you certainly have a very exciting journey ahead of you.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much for taking the time to tell us about it.
Yeah, thank you very much for letting me come. That concludes the first day of the BioStock Life Science Spring Summit. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow again for more exciting presentations and expert insights.